Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay, so this is the quarterly meeting for the Oregon State Marine Board. We are going to be starting momentarily. We are waiting for one more board member, our newest board member. So if you are tuning in, then please be patient. There's a bit of traffic issues and ice in the Portland metro area. So thank you for your patience. Good morning once again. We are just waiting for another board member to arrive. We'll be getting started momentarily. We're going to give it just about one more minute and then we'll go ahead and get started. We can, when Jorge joins in, we can break and do an introduction at that time. But we'll go ahead and start moving. We've got quite an agenda today. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So this is the January 25th, 2022 quarterly board meeting for the Oregon State Marine Board, and I would like to call this meeting to order. First thing I would like to do is to thank Randy Henry for his wonderful presentation yesterday on boating safety. It was very informative and appreciated the extra guests that he had, both the U.S. Coast Guard as well as our boating safety advocates, Luke Martinez and Randy T. So Randy, thank you very much for putting that together. I know that was your last big presentation and we all wish you well in your retirement. So we will go ahead and move to our first order of business, which is the approval of the meeting minutes from October 27th, 2021.
I make a motion that we approve them as written.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then again, we are waiting for our newest board member. And so when Jorge joins us, we will go ahead and do an introduction at that time. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and move on at this time. We have a request for some public comments, and that is next on our agenda. We are going to allow 4 minutes each, and I will call each person. If they are not online, I will come back to them at the very end. We are going to start with Robert McCarthy. You'll need to unmute yourself if you're online. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Hello.
In favor, please say aye. Hello.
Is this the beginning of the conference? I'm watching it on the web as well, so I'm not sure whether I should do it through the computer or the telephone.
There is a slight delay if you're watching it online, so if you would not be able to hear what you are currently saying. There's a bit of a delay between them.
Okay. So are you ready for my testimony, or am I in line someplace?
You are. If you are Robert, then yes, we are ready.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, Oregon Marine Board members. My name is Robert McCarthy. I'm president of the Bolton Neighborhood Association, whose boundaries along the Willamette River are from Mary S. Young to Arch Bridge. There are about 2,200 residences in the Bolton Neighborhood Association, and we have taken up the issue that you are to address today regarding the recommended or suggested rule change regarding noise. I should also tell you that I'm a boater since I was 13, and I've sailed with my wife more than 20,000 nautical miles from Portland to Mexico and back, as well as many times into the northern waters of British Columbia. Individual freedom to me is a core value of our country, but my freedom, as is said, ends at your nose. I'm not free to impose my will on others. Governments can temper my individual freedom to protect the community, such as wearing a mask in a pandemic. But generally, we're free to act so long as we do not damage others. At what point does one person's freedom negatively impact others, negatively affect the quality of life and their personal freedom? This is the issue, it seems to me, that's before you to continue as you consider the petition to amend the noise rules. Here we have an individual coming from Washington to take advantage of Oregon's more lax noise regulations. The surrounding communities and cities have no recourse. Their noise ordinances do not apply. So we turn to you and ask that you reduce the allowable noise level in the Willamette and close this noise loophole and readdress this imbalance of individual rights. In the northern waters of British Columbia, adjacent to Desolation Sound, lies Pendrell Sound, a 14-mile fjord, warms in the summer, and both banks along its length are lined with oyster farms. The entire fjord is a no-wake zone. I have no right to damage these oyster farms with my wake, no matter how fast I wish to travel. I have no right to damage the quality of life with those who live along the Willamette River. So we ask you to please adopt the petition, make these necessary changes, and bring balance where there is not one. Thank you for your work, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your testimony. Next on the list is Christina Weeks. Is Christina on the line?
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. My name's Christina, and I live over a quarter-mile away from the Willamette River. Due to the pandemic, I work from home full-time while my husband and I attempt to take care of our 1-year-old and our 4-year-old. Too young for school, too young for vaccines, and we're in a tight spot like many other families. The last few years have been tough on all of us, and I know it seems a little bit silly to be talking to you all today about noise coming from the water, but the reality is the issue that we are dealing with is really making the rest of our lives even more stressful than it already is. This is kind of why I decided to call in today and to ask you, the Marine Board, for some relief. From July to October last year, working from home literally became impossible due to a few 2-stroke jet skis doing flips all day, every day on the water near our home. It's hard enough to focus on work with 2 young little ones at home who are screaming nonstop, but when you layer on what I can only describe as a motorcycle revving its engine to the max every single minute all day, it's really made living near the water unbearable. And honestly, I'm tired of accommodating my baby's nap schedule to these people's training regime. I'm tired of watching my husband compete with the noise while trying to teach our 4-year-old math. What Robert said so eloquently, it's not right that a few individuals should be able to absolutely decimate a community with noise pollution every day for months. My neighbors and I, we've called the police probably 100 times, and we're stuck in the same pass the buck loop again and again. And the city passes us to the county says state rules make citation impossible, and it's maddening. And hopefully you can hear it in my voice. It's maddening. And honestly, I feel sorry for law enforcement. You know, they're doing their job and they're stuck in the same loop as we are. The point is my whole community is on edge. We're angry, and our only hope for relief in the near future is this board. So I ask you, please lower the noise limit on the water so that my neighborhood and other communities on the water can once again peacefully coexist with the 99% of boats and jet skis that absolutely cause no issues. The burden should not be on the many to accommodate the few, and especially when the few have shown that they have no consideration of how their activity affects others. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning.
Thank you, Christina, for joining us this morning. And next up, we have Mike Arthur.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes?
Great. Sorry about that. Hello, members of the Marine Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mike Arthur. I live in West Lynn near the Willamette River, and I spoke a few months ago about an issue involving noise on the water. And it's funny, I mean, noise may seem like a rather minor issue without context, but When noise is loud enough, erratic enough, and persistent enough, noise can ruin everything, our health, our mental state, and our communities. That's what's happening right now in West Lynn, but the solution should not be localized and therefore simply dump our issue onto another community by the water. I'm one of about 250 people that signed a change.org petition asking for the Marine Board's help. Most who signed, like me, are not activists trying to ruin everyone's fun on the water. Those who signed own and operate boats and jet skis, they fish, and they enjoy time on or near the water with their families. There are also residents like myself that chose to live in a community near the water because of the quality of life it provides. It's unfortunate, though, that the current rules allow a few to ruin the enjoyment of the many. In my community, we've been suffering for a few years, as a few callers have already mentioned, from a handful of individuals who have turned a public water access point into their own personal professional training facility for 40 hours a week, at least 4 months a year, for what I can only describe as motocross on the water. Their noise output exceeds 80 decibels constantly, and the type of noise they create as they do their tricks is like nothing else on the water. I invite all the board members to go to sharetheriver.org to see a video of what I'm talking about. State rules set the max noise at 84 decibels and don't differentiate between whether the noise is a constant hum or an erratic piercing chainsaw noise. It doesn't consider whether the noise disturbance is in the middle of nowhere or smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood. It doesn't care if the disturbance is for 1 minute or 8 hours a day for months on end. And because context isn't considered in current statewide rules, it cannot be considered locally either. These individuals are violating the noise ordinances of every surrounding community, Gladstone, Milwaukee, and West Lynn, and even the noise code of Clackamas County. But current state rules render local rules unenforceable, even though the boundaries of our cities extend into the water where the violation occurs. While this may make sense for every other rule on the water designed to keep people safe, it doesn't work when the issue is noise, because noise doesn't stop at the shoreline. To make matters worse, Oregon has one of the highest noise limits on the water of any state in our region. 84 decibels is 3 times louder than the limits in Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Utah, who have all set their limits at 75 decibels. Oregon's elevated limits make our waters a haven for those who love to ride the loudest watercraft. This reality makes our waterways worse for almost everyone on the water and around the water, not to mention wildlife. I'll be, completely transparent with you all. When I first spoke a few months back, I was asking for harsher restrictions. And I still, these harsh restrictions may not be necessary if this decibel limit is dropped to 75 decibels and local law enforcement has the freedom to consider context of noise issues on the water, just as they do on land. I'm pretty confident if you spent one day in my community and experienced what we experience every day, you would agree that no community on the water should have to endure this level of disturbance. I feel like the amendment proposed to you today is reasonable and would laser target the troublemakers without creating unnecessary restrictions for those who own and operate their watercraft responsibly. So I ask you to advance the proposed amendment to lower the decibel limit to 75 and to add a narrative standard to statewide rules to the rulemaking phase. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we have Scott. Scott Capes.
Hello.
Yes, we can
Can
hear
you hear
you. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
good.
Please,
Excellent.
please,
Sorry about that.
Please state your name.
Yes, good morning to the board, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Scott Kappas, and I live on the Willamette, roughly 200 yards downriver from Meldrum Bar on the Milwaukee side. Much like we've heard thus far, two-stroke jet skis proliferate on Meldrum Bar during the spring and summer months, often well into the fall. These two-stroke jet ski groups gather here to launch, ride, tune, and maintain their machines by launching and staging on Meldrum Bar throughout the season. This allows for easy access, maintenance, and removal of their machines without launching or relaunching their machines, additional fees, etc. But here lies the problem. Constant, nonstop noise pollution well above state standards that travel at alarming speeds and clarity across the water affecting not only property owners, but other user groups consisting of swimmers, paddleboarders, fishermen, pleasure boaters, to name a few. Simply put, the noise they create is completely unwanted sound. These jet skis produce a high-pitched, mosquito-like whine in an undulating level, which most people find extremely annoying, let alone fish and wildlife. Contributing to the problem on one hand is speed. On the other hand is the daily practice of wave jumping, wake jumping, 360 repetitive flips, which enables the jet skis to be completely out of the water, thus creating a completely different sound. The noise they create is completely unacceptable, not to mention when they work on or tune their equipment while completely out of the water, sitting on their trailers. The noise pollution is exacerbated threefold or more as they typically race or travel in groups of 2 or more, which is often the case, waiting for passing boats to jump their wakes endlessly in the same area. The two-stroke jet ski does not coexist with domestic tranquility, and the two are completely incompatible. Now, I'm not speaking today totally and completely focused on the Meldrum Bar area, although that's where I'm most impacted. I will assume this is becoming or has become an issue in other Oregon waterways, lakes, and reservoirs. I don't know if any of you necessarily know of the impact and decibel levels these two-stroke machines generate. At idle, 75 to 85 decibels. At 5,000 RPMs, 91 to 100 decibels. At full throttle, 100 to 125 decibels. Out of the water, probably even more. Now, just imagine when they're sitting on their trailers on Meldrum Bar, on the trailer, getting tuned up with their modified exhaust systems, resulting in a higher decibel range. California decibel levels cannot exceed 82 decibels, which is basically at idle. Maine and other areas are roughly 78 decibels. Question is, why do we have such fairly generous decibel levels? In Oregon, as I'm sure you're aware, we do have personal watercraft rules as well, consisting of speed restrictions within 100 feet of another motorized watercraft. That is hardly the case in the summer months. Slow to no wake zones within 200 feet of a swimmer or an angler. I'm an avid fisherman, and that is never the case. We've also got 200-foot minimum of slow to no wake zones.
Scott, you're going to need to wrap it up. We allowed 4 minutes for each person.
Okay. All righty. Let me wrap it up. Something needs to change. If it's a decibel restriction, not only in the areas these two-stroke machines congregate, but statewide, so be it. These motocross-like noise machines are disturbing to everyone, including fish, wildlife, and the overall users of Oregon waterways. Many states have enlisted these decibel restrictions. Unfortunately, now is the time for the board to do the same in Oregon waterways and populated areas. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much for taking the time to testify. Next on the list is Christian Celeron. Is Christian Celeron on the phone?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, my name is Christian Celeron, and I live near the Willamette River. I'm calling today because I'm hoping the Marine Board can find a solution to manage the increasing levels of noise coming from the water near my home. It was not always a problem, but recently the waters near my home have become a heaven for the loudest, most disruptive personal watercraft, the two-stroke jet ski. If it were just an occasional disturbance, you would not be hearing from me today. Unfortunately, for 40 hours a week, a few individuals practice flips in their souped-up two-stroke jet skis all day, every day for months. It's chaos on the water over here on the lower Willamette, and we're desperate for a solution as law enforcement seems not able to help us. It's clear to me at this point that a change in rules from the Marine Board is our own path to relief. Whether that means implementing a pass-through zone on the Willamette from Hawthorne to the falls due to the high concentration of residents, or just banning the most disruptive crabs from the water completely, something must be done. If you're unfortunate enough, like me, to live in an area that these crabs frequent, daily life during the summer has turned into constant stress and annoyance. With my windows still closed, still sounds like there is a motorcycle in my kitchen. There's a line that is crossed when one craft operates in such a way can prevent anyone else enjoying the water in a public park, or when it prevents nearby residents from even being able to have peace inside of their own homes. If it were just a two-stroke boat passing by my home, it wouldn't be such an issue as the noise disturbance comes and goes quite quickly. But with these two-stroke jet skis, they stay in the same place all day because they are so dirty and inefficient, so they must be near the fuel source. I read the other day that due to their obsolete engines, they dump 25 to 30% of their fuel into the water and air. The environmental impact alone should be enough to restrict those crafts from the water. It is possible in the current amendment to lower the noise limit may help provide some relief, but I think it's important for law enforcement to be able to consider objectively whether the type and length of exposure to noise emitting from the water is reasonable or not, regardless of the decibel level. I know my city and county have rules that prevent unreasonable noise disturbances, regardless of decibel output. Some confused why statewide rules on the water do not. So I ask you, please approve the proposed amendment so my community and visitors to my community can once again enjoy being near the water. It's a good first step in making the water a safer and more enjoyable place for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian, for taking the time to be here this morning.
Thank you.
Next up on the list is Rick Stiggins. Is this Rick?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Hi, my name's Rick Stiggins. I live, as the previous speakers have said, in Westland or on the river, in Gladstone, either side of the river. And we're about a half a block from the Willamette. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Marine Board today. I'm not going to reiterate the problem to you in our local community. The previous speakers have articulated the problem so clearly, so much more clearly and ardently than I can. But what I do want to do is add another point to the argument on behalf of reducing the decibels. I'm 78 years old and I've been an avid angler and boater all my life. I have seen how dramatically the technology of watercraft propulsion has advanced. Two-stroke engines like Model T Fords were bypassed by that technology decades ago. New, better, far quieter technologies have emerged, and now they dominate our water-based recreational activities today. My point is there's no reason to maintain noise ordinances set for outdated technology. It's time to catch up with the technology. It's time to lower allowable noise levels statewide to at least 75 decibels in order to meet the desires of boaters and homeowners at the same time. We have no way to vote on this change, but I'm certain that if we did, a sizable majority of residents, anglers, jet skiers, boaters all up and down the Willamette Valley, as well as the lakes and rivers of Southern Oregon and Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon would agree with us on this issue. Please make this change on our behalf. Once again, I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Rick, for taking the time to be here this morning. And our last speaker this morning is Jenny Martin.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So like many others on the phone, I'm a resident of the Bolton neighborhood. My name is Jennifer Martin. I love the outdoors, especially being around water. I've enjoyed boating for many years, a combination of power boats and kayaking and paddleboarding, which makes me a huge proponent of sharing the river and making it something that is accessible and enjoyable for everybody. As you've heard today, the current noise level that comes from a select few are taking this enjoyment away from many. Sitting on the shores of the water, having a picnic or holding a conversation with the person next to you, or trying to, call out to your children that might be swimming is difficult, if not impossible. Not even to mention moving a block or so away and trying to talk on the phone or eat a quiet meal. All of these things are interrupted by the noise coming from very few. Neighbors have called in noise complaints. So the few people that are creating this disturbance are very aware of the headache that they are causing for others that are trying to enjoy the outdoors and even the indoors if they happen to live within a few blocks of the shore. It brings to mind the quote that just because you have the right to do something doesn't make it right to do. And as someone mentioned earlier, we're big on personal freedoms and self-policing. However, some people won't do that on their own. And if they have the freedom or the right to do something, they will do that at any cost and no matter, what that's doing to the people around them. So the operators of the noisiest watercraft, they don't share this sentiment and they're going to travel to wherever the law will allow them to create this disturbance in spite of knowing that it's causing problems for others. In my opinion, the best way to solve this would be to lower that decibel level, the decibel limit level, because without this rule in place, they won't do the right thing. So I'm here today to ask the Marine Board to lower the noise level, which would alleviate this problem and bring back the enjoyment for many that come to coexist and share the river together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jenny, for taking the time to be here this morning. That concludes our public comment period for today. And so we'll go ahead and move on. The first thing I would like to do is I would like to welcome Jorge Guzman, our newest board member, and invite you to say a few words because this is, even though we heard from you yesterday during our work session, today is your first official board meeting. So welcome.
Great, thank you so much for the time to introduce myself. My name is Jorge Guzman. I'm the Executive Director for Viva Northwest. Part of my work through this organization is to connect diverse communities to the outdoors and nature, including our waterways, for multiple purposes, but the top three being recreational purposes, stewardship purposes, and also economic development purposes. So I'm very happy and excited to be part of this board and contribute what I can to make our waterways much enjoyable and safer for everyone. So thank you for this opportunity.
Welcome, Jorge. We look forward to all of your comments and participation.
Great, thank you.
Before we get started in our agenda items, Member Withy has requested to make an acknowledgement.
Thank you, Chair Early. Recently we've been acknowledging a number of people within the Marine Board for the excellent services and work they perform. But I'd like to take the opportunity today to acknowledge a member of the boating public. His name is Scott Dye. He's an 8-year military veteran who served this country with 4 overseas deployments. So first I want to thank him for his military service to this country. One of Scott's therapeutic passions is operating his mini jet boat on the Santiam River, where he continues to serve his fellow citizens by coming to the aid of people recreating on the river, including boaters, swimmers, or whoever needs rescue. A fellow boater credits Scott with aiding over 20 people possibly saving their lives. I'd like to read a statement from one of the people, and this is one of the public comments we got. I was told that you are considering the ban of mini jet boats from specific rivers. I am requesting that you reconsider this motion and perhaps put certain stipulations on certain rivers regarding the ban. I wouldn't be here today if they were banned. In June of 2020, I went kayaking with a friend on the Santiam River in Jefferson. We put in a park above the bridge, and we're going to paddle down to the boat ramp in Jefferson. We were enjoying a paddle and came to a fork in the river where we decided to go to the right. There were no signs, no warning. There was no log down that crossed the whole river. There was no way to go under or over, and I was unable to get to the side before I rammed into the log sideways. I was sucked under along with my kayak, was able to grab my paddle and swim to the overturned kayak. I thought I was going to be okay, but there were piles of debris and I got hung up and pulled under over and over. I was not okay. I woke up hearing voices and being pulled in the river. I slowly awoke and saw my friend paddling up and tying off. 2 men and a mini jet boat had pulled me to the rock bar where I was out of the water. They said they saw an overturned kayak and started looking for the occupant. They found me unconscious floating down the river. My left jacket was unzipped and was holding my head above the water. I don't know what would have happened if they didn't find me. My ribs were separated. I broke 2 ribs. One arm was all ripped off. My legs and face, I had bruising. If it wasn't for these 2 men, Scott and Scotty, in a mini jet boat, I truly believe I would have died. And she goes on to say, please don't ban these boats from the rivers, especially the Santiam. Best, Tammy Sostrom. Scott, the U.S. DOT estimates the statistical value of a life is $11.6 million. I'm sure you would like the monetary reimbursement, but truly your wealth is represented by the service and devotion that you have provided to your community. You're an exemplary model for the entire boating community and for all Oregonians. You have our gratitude for the service that you're providing out there on the water. So Scott, I don't know if you're on, I suspect you might be. Thank you for everything you've done to aid the community. You definitely are an exemplary figure that we all should model after. So you have my my gratitude. And Jennifer, if you could send him a coin, I'd appreciate it. Thanks, Shirley.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that. And thank you, Scott, for your service and also for your assistance to Oregon boaters. So at this time, I would like to present 2 coins. I would like to present a coin to Janess Eilers, who has recently retired from the registration area. She was in there for quite some time, and she oversaw a change to the new boat system that Randy was talking about yesterday. She helped with many of the bugs in the website development. She enlisted my help to do some testing on it, but she was always working to make things better on not only the website, but also in the whole boating system, in the boat system for registration. So congratulations on your retirement, and we'll get you your coin. The second coin I would like to present is to Jeff Smith, who is going to be retiring at the end of February from, he's an engineer, he's in the facilities department, and Jeff has helped with many of the facility tours that I've been on when we were able to go on those tours, is extremely knowledgeable about all different sorts of problems that these facilities encounter. Of course, he's an engineer, but he's able to talk to people, which is great, and it's very helpful. He's been dedicated to the Oregon State Marine Board and to helping these facilities for a number of years. So thank you, Jeff, for your service to Oregon boaters and for your dedication. And Jennifer will present the coin to you. Okay, that's all I have for acknowledgements or for presentations. And so if there's nothing else, we will go ahead and move right into our agenda. Okay, first up on our agenda is the Director's Agency Report. So we have Director Warren.
Chair Early, members of the board, Larry Warren, Director of the Oregon State Marine Board. I've got a few updates that I can give and then take any questions. First, as we've talked about the last few days, we've had a few retirements, so we have a few recruitments going. So the boating safety manager recruitment for Randy's replacement closes at the end of the month. And one of the challenges, or one of the more interesting pieces, I guess, maybe about that position is there's only one of those in the state, right? A lot of times when you have an opening, you sort of kind of know where your pool's going to come from and who they might look like and where their professional background is. There's only one boating safety manager in the whole state of Oregon, and there's not really strong correlation. So we're seeing a lot of interest from a lot of varied backgrounds, and I think that's good. So we'll be progressing through that recruitment. Randy mentioned yesterday that the boating law advocate, that's a real specific role that we have to fill with the NASBLA piece. And in the transition, Mary Ann McKenzie is going to step up and cover that. She's got good relationships with NASBLA. She's got a lot of experience with them. She's well respected in that forum. And that'll allow the new manager to come in and figure out the rest of their job. And then at the end of the year, Mary Ann and the new manager and I can sit down and talk about what the best way to cover those duties are. So that's a highlight on what's going on with that recruitment. And Janess retired on a little shorter timeline. Randy, we had a year to dread him leaving. Janess announced her retirement early January, and her last day in the office was January 19th. And so that recruitment, actually this morning I was working on, hope to have that out in the next week. And that's one I think we'll get a lot of really great candidates. We've got good people inside the agency. That's a job that a lot of agencies have similar type roles for, so I think we'll get a really good applicant pool for that one. Wanted to point out that the last meeting, board member Withy had some questions about our procedures on low water in terms of facilities. We included that in the director's report. And of course, I'll be happy when I'm wrapped up here to take any questions on that. And then I wanted to call special attention to the law enforcement training dates are in this director's report. Board members are always welcome to attend parts or pieces of that. And if you want help with your travel, because that would be in your official duties, certainly Jennifer can help you arrange travel. And if you want recommendations on good times to attend, we can link you up with Eddie Persichetti, and he can help you understand, because there's some days where you might travel over and it'll be all classroom, and that may interest you. Some days it'd be all on boats, and that may interest you. And some days it'd be pool days. And so if you want help figuring out what would be a good day for you to go, or days, we'd certainly help you do that. So it's good. I know a lot of board members have attended some of those trainings over the years. Law enforcement certainly appreciates that. And I've cleared a few days on my calendar to make some of those trainings. And then the only other thing I wanted to, before I take questions, is just acknowledge that right now we are behind on processing new boat titles. We're working on that. We've been working on that for about a month. We've been really putting some extra effort into that. So renewals were really caught up, but if you're hearing from any of your folks you talk to that, boy, I bought a new boat or I sold my boat and it's taking a while to get the title, that's true, and we're working on that. So with that, I'd like to take any questions, and then I have just one more thing on a wrap up after that, Val.
Okay, Craig, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Early. I want to say thank you, Larry, for the update on low water conditions. That's what I was looking for, is just to make sure we're working with the boat facility owners to look after the boating public and their ability to get in and out of the water. On the grant project construction status, thank you, Janine. You always do a super job, but you know, I brought this up before. It certainly would be nice to see photos of the completed projects, you know, before and after. So there was a couple where we show that they've been completed, and I would look forward to seeing some photos. And then on the project in, was it One Source Serenity? I was just wondering how we're communicating with veterans so that they know they have those opportunities there. So I don't know if you're on, Janine, but that's a question that came to mind, and I probably have asked it before.
Go ahead, Janine.
Yes.
Member Withy. So this came about through working with the Department of Veterans Affairs. We asked for information about who they've made grant awards to. And so we reached out to those organizations, and that's how the dialogue started with Serenity One. They reach out, they're in the Roseburg area, so they reach out to Douglas County veterans, and they really strive to get them out on the water. So this was a really great partnership in providing grant funds to help pay for rentals, to make sure that they had transportation there, a meal while they're out on the water at those 3 water bodies, as well as an outfitter guide to take them rafting on the Umpqua.
Thank you, Janine. Again, you always do a super job. My concern was only that the veterans are aware that this is available to them. So that's it for me, Chair Early.
Okay, are there any other questions? Any other board members have questions on the director's report? Okay, seeing as there are none, then Director Warren, you said you had one more thing to wrap up.
I did, Chair Early, and I'm going to read, so I apologize for that, but I want to get this right. Just want to talk about Randy for a moment, since this is his last day with the Marine Board. So Randy Henry started with the state on January 17th, 1990. It was a Wednesday, which seems like an odd day to start a new job, but that probably fits Randy's style. And he would have been listening, because I always like music, to Michael Bolton belt out "How Am I Supposed to Live Without You" on the radio, because that was the #1 song at the time. I'd also point out he was probably still mourning that the Beavers had lost the game against the Ducks the November prior, so he was probably mourning that a little bit. I always like to point that out. On a serious note here, Randy got his start back at ODFW. I don't know that everybody knows that. So he was a communications coordinator for 9 years at Department of Fish and Wildlife. Has some great stories he shares from that time there. And from there, he spent 9 years doing that. And he wisely came over to the Marine Board, where he served as the public information officer for 5 years of his career. I think it's always easy to think about somebody in the context you meet him, but Randy's worn a lot of hats. And so he started with us as the public information officer. As someone who often looks for ways to make things better, it's no surprise that after his time as PIO, he spent 8 years as the Oregon State Marine Board policy analyst. I would say that this is the most challenging position in the agency, as it's the peanut butter and jelly between the slices of bread that are comprised of public opinion, board ideals, legislation, governor priorities, stakeholders, and all the agency programs. For his next act, Randy became the boating safety manager for the last 9 years of his career. He embraced this role and once told me, "You must be the constant reminder that life jackets need to be worn and safety should be a priority, even when people get tired of hearing that message." It's easy to overlook the importance of having a balanced leadership team that approaches problems differently, has a variety of experience both in and out of the agency, and respects each other enough to allow the differences to be the team's strength. When I arrived 4 years ago, it was clear that Randy played a critical role in the agency leadership team. He had the agency history, breadth of experience with agency programs, and had found a way to make that to have a positive and lasting impact on the agency. Randy and I have had many discussions over the last few years on how people choose to leave an agency when they reach retirement. Often people leave a little disgruntled, as though that's a natural part of the process someone must go through to leave over 30 years of their life behind and start anew. As Randy's last act, he has left behind a model for how to leave an agency. He cared about the agency and, more importantly, the people he worked with right up to his last day of state service. Randy, I want to thank you for your time in state service and look forward to hearing about your adventures on the boat you are building, the good times with your family, and all the other hobbies that Randy has, which I couldn't list because he just is involved in just about everything, it seems like, in terms of hobbies. So I'm going to miss Randy. I think Monday at our managers meeting, we're going to have a big gap. It's going to be something that'll take some time to fill, and I wish him well in retirement.
Thank you, Director Warren. Very well said, and I echo everything that you said. He is going to be very, very difficult to replace, but he will also be missed wonderfully. I mean, just tremendously. So, okay, we are going to move on now to item B, which is the AIS program update, and we will welcome Glenn Dolphin. It's going to take a few minutes maybe for people to make these changes, so I see Glenn is there already. Welcome, Glenn.
Good morning, Chair Early and members of the board. I'm Glenn Dolphin, the Environmental Programs Coordinator for the Marine Board. I oversee the agency's Clean Marina program and what we hear about this morning, the Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Program. Just a little quick background for some of the board members that I don't know. I've been now with the agency for 15 years. This morning, we're going to hear from Mr. Rick Boatner over at Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. He is their Invasive Species and Wildlife Integrity Supervisor, and he is directly the overseer of the boat inspection program that is operated in Oregon. Just a quick little, this program started in 2010 as a result of legislation from 2009. So we've been at this now, I guess, going on 12 years. And one highlight that I wanted to just kind of kick off here is that fiscal year 20 for our revenue from the aquatic invasive species permits was the first time that we crossed over $1 million of revenue in a fiscal year. As a result of that, we are working with ODFW over the next couple months to do an amendment to their agency agreement where we're going to give some more money over to them to kind of increase the efforts that ODFW has been successful at keeping zebra and quagga mussels out of Oregon waters, among other species. So without much further ado, you did receive that fiscal report in your board packets for more information if you wanted those details. I think at this point, I'll kick it over to Rick Boatner. I'll stay on. If there's any questions, myself and Rick can easily handle those, so just let us know, and Rick, you're up next.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Can you guys hear me okay? Excellent.
Yes.
As Glenn said, I'm Rick Boatner. I'm with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the Invasive Species Wildlife Integrity Supervisor. And as part of my programs, I oversee the watercraft inspection program for Oregon. So we'll see if I can share my screen. This is always the part I get nervous about because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Let's see. Is it working?
Give it just a second. Sometimes there's a delay.
Oh, there we go. Here. Assuming you're seeing my screen now?
No.
No, that's not good. Okay. Let's see if I hit the right button. Let's try. I say being by background and show. What if I request control? Will that allow me to do it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, see about, how about now? Well, not yet. There we go. Can you see it now?
No.
Ha, man.
Oh, something's happening. Give it a chance.
Yep. Has it showed up yet?
No.
Like I said, this is
Jennifer?
always makes me nervous, this part.
Hi, Rick. It looks like you're showing the meeting screen and
Okay,
presentation at this point.
let's see. Well, something happened.
There we go, Rick. We can
There
see
we go.
it.
Oh, good. All right. Let me back up one screen. Okay, you should be, I can see, oh, so you guys are seeing my screen now. Good. All right, again, thank you for having me this morning to talk about the Aquatic Invasive Species Program for Oregon, at least our part of the program. You know, this is a partnership with Oregon State Marine Board and ODFW to operate the watercraft inspection stations in Oregon. So this morning, I'm going to kind of go a quick overview and then talk about the funding for the program, kind of an overview of the program since we started in 2010, talk about our 2021 inspection season and what we're planning for 2022, and then a couple of other items that we do with the Aquatic Invasive Species Program. So first, well, congratulate Randy on his retirement. House Bill 2220, Randy was a very key player in putting this bill in place, and this created the Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Program, created funding, source for it, and also gave us the starting rules for the program. And House Bill 2220 also allows ODFW, the Marine Board, and Oregon Department of Agriculture to operate watercraft inspection stations in Oregon. 2009 was a good year for the invasive species program around the state. Besides the Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Program, we also got what we call the Clean Launch Law. Glenn has probably talked to you guys about this before. This is one of the keys to our inspection program, and it allows us to inspect watercraft for invasive species or aquatic species on the watercraft. When we first started the program with 2009, we really didn't start to 2010. One thing we were missing was watercraft inspections were not a mandatory in Oregon. They were on a voluntary basis. But House Bill 3399 in 2011 made watercraft inspection mandatory in our state. That changed our program slightly. For the first 2 years, we were working at basically boat ramps all over the state, using it more as an outreach education program. Once we got mandatory stopping authority, we moved our inspections to the south and east borders of the state. And made more permanent stations on the road. And in 2011, we weren't really allowed to use the rule because it hadn't been signed by the governor until August of 2011. So it really didn't take effect until 2012 for us. And then most recently in 2019, House Bill 2076, which is sponsored by the Marine Board, that set up the waterway access permit for non-motorized boats, also clarified decontamination requirements, and also clarified what peace officer could do if a watercraft bypassed one of the check stations. And I'll talk more about that. That one element was very key on our first opportunity this year to actually enforce the transportation rules for prohibited species, and a person was actually cited for carrying knowingly having zebra mussels on his watercraft. This also put a drain plug removal clause in the bill. We'll talk a little more about that a little bit later. Okay, with our funding, the AIS program is funded through the Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Permits. We were solely funded by this source, and this just gives a rundown of each year of the funding that was received, or each biennium from the Marine Board. The current funding for 2021-23 biennium is just shy of $1 million until just recently, and then we were given an increase by the Marine Board due to the good revenue that we've had this past year. So we'll be changing that a little bit. That will put us, we got an additional $140,000 from the Marine Board, so that will help the program quite a bit. One of the keys that happened in 2017, the federal government, through the Water Reclamation Development Act, started helping funding the RAIS program in Oregon to protect the Columbia River. And it's a 50-50 match, so we've been using this, and this has been quite beneficial. So we actually were able to double staff, increase hours, increase days at our various check stations around the state. Well, this is kind of just a kind of complicated but busy table, but kind of lets us know where our program's been in 2010 when we started. Remember, 2010 and 2011 were all on a voluntary basis and mostly at boat ramps. In 2012, that's when we moved to the mandatory stopping authority, and we moved our stations to the borders. And then you can see the big jump in 2017. This was the introduction of the WRDA funds, the Water Reclamation Development Act from the federal government. And so we were able to hire more employees. We were able to increase hours at the check stations. And then unfortunately in 2020, COVID hit. That kind of hit our program too, with people coming to the state. And in 2021, we had some difficulties also that we'll talk about later. But the program is set up so that we're inspecting watercrafts at the border, and we're mainly looking for zebra and quagga mussels. Zebra and quagga mussels are a small mussel, freshwater mussel from the originally from the Black Sea, Caspian Sea area, entered the Great Lakes, and then finally moved to the West Coast, Lake Mead in about 2004. Currently, the Northwest is free of quagga and zebra mussels, and that's for these inspection stations play a role because we believe they're being transported on watercraft. And for our program, we've inspected just shy of 180,000 watercraft. We have intercepted 152 vessels with quagga and zebra mussels. When we do intercept a vessel with quagga and zebra mussels, we do a decon on it, a decontamination on the vessel using 140-degree water to kill, and then we remove all the mussels from the watercraft. We also look for other biofilings like Eurasian water milfoil, parrot feather, other plant species, snails like New Zealand mud snails, and we've intercepted just shy of 3,000 watercraft with other types of biofouling in the course of our program. So we're going on the 12th season of our program. With the addition of the WRDA funds, we were able to open 2 check stations for the entire year. We opened the Ashland station, which is on I-85, and I'll show you in a map in a few minutes, and also the our I-5 in Ontario on I-84. We opened these stations in the winter because we were aware that there's a lot of boats, commercial type boats coming through to the various boat programs or boat shows around Seattle and Portland. A lot of these watercraft are being bought on Craigslist or at boat auctions, sight unseen, and these are generally the larger watercraft. So they've been sitting in marinas that have been infested with quagga or zebra mussels. So many of them are encrusted because they were not decontaminated from the state they were being hauled from. So we found that having these stations on the main roads very helpful, And until last year, we were the only state that were keeping some stations open the entire year. And it has proved beneficial that we are intercepting quagga and zebra mussel boats during this time. Granted, for our inspectors, it's not too exciting because they're not super busy days. A really busy day, maybe 12 boats compared to 200 in the summer, but they are intercepting a lot of our quagga and zebra mussel infested boats. One other thing with our watercraft inspection stations, we look at compliance rate, how many watercraft are stopping. Granted, in Oregon, it's mandatory, but we still have a many watercraft that bypass the check stations. This is just a kind of 5-year compilation rate of what we're seeing out there. And we put this together by the number of boats that we inspect per day, by the number of boats that we observe bypassing the check station. And as I mentioned earlier, this year we actually cited a boat for transporting zebra mussels and bypassing the check stations. And our program is in cooperation and in partnerships with a lot of other state programs. And that boat, we actually got notification from Idaho that that was coming through. So we were expecting it and watching for it. And sure enough, it did bypass the check station and got cited for transporting prohibited species, as well as for bypassing a check station. Ashland and Ontario have pretty good compliance rate. Brookings has always been our worst compliance rate inspection site. And a lot of these compliance, it's not so much the motorized boats, but it's non-motorized boats, especially kayakers seem to be, for some reason, do not understand that they are actually a watercraft. So there are our main ones of bypassing check stations. Okay, so in 2021, we had 6 inspection stations around Oregon, I-5 at Ashland, I-84 at the Ontario Rest Station, 1 at Midland Station, rest area, then at the Brookings Port of Entry, and at the Umatilla Port of Entry. This map shows you where they're located. So we're on the southeast and then one on the north border, because we're trying to intercept boats coming into the state. We're not so much worried about boats in the state since the Northwest is currently clear of quagga or zebra mussels. Ashland is our busiest station. It will do, in the 12 years, it will do anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 inspections a year. And it'll intercept 3 to 4 quagga zebra mussel boats. Ontario is our second, and that's located right at the rest area. As soon as you come across the Snake River, that station will actually intercept most of the quagga and zebra mussels infested boats coming to Oregon. And year after year, they will intercept as many boats as all the other stations combined that have quagga and zebra mussels on them. Ashland and Ontario are open the entire year since 2017. And then Brookings, Klamath Falls, Lakeview, and Umatilla will open in the summer boating season. Last year, we inspected about 20,000 boats. We intercepted 11 with zebra quagga mussels on them, and about 285 with other types of biofiling. And we're seeing also a new one called false Conrad mussel, which is a cousin of the Dracaena mussels, quagga and zebra mussels, showing up in the Northwest more often. That mussel is a marine mussel coming in from the Gulf states and the Atlantic seaboard there. And as you can see from this map, we get boats from pretty much every state in the Union, all 49 states. We actually have received boats from Mexico, including Japan, and Hawaii, which seems a little odd, Japan and Hawaii, but we do intercept boats. And the red dots on these maps, those are areas where have the presence of quagga or zebra mussels. The green dots are the ones that currently are absent of quagga and zebra mussels. So you can see most of the states especially east of the Rockies, have quagga and zebra mussels present in their water bodies, and also the southern part of our state, or not our state, but of the United States. And the dots, the size of the dots represents how many watercraft we have coming through our state from those infested states. Okay, for 2022, like I said, we have the Ashland and Ontario station will remain open. They're currently open. Our other stations, the Brookings, Klamath, Lakeview, and Umatilla will be, we'll have employees by April 25th, and we'll actually open those stations up the first week of May. The April 25th is a training week here in Salem with all our staff. We're going to try to do some infrastructure improvements. Currently, we use road construction signs to mark that our stations are open. We're going to try to move those to a permanent sign on the road. That will, if we can get it flashing, we'll give more warning, but also setting up signs is the most dangerous part of the job for our employees because they're pulling off to the side of the road, setting up these signs. We're going to be trying to put up an electric hookup at the Klamath Falls Station and a construction trailer there. And then with the additional funding that the Marine Board is providing, we're looking at developing a roving inspection team that will once again go to the boat ramps, be more of an outreach education, and working with Oregon State Parks to have those teams work at the various water bodies that the state parks have around Oregon. Other things we're doing is we do water body monitoring, and in water body monitoring, we are looking for the veligure stage of the zebra and quagga mussel. This is a microscopic stage, but it's a way for early detection that we can use to discover if we have mussels coming in, are starting to be introduced into the state or established. This year, we did 15 sites, starting on the lower Willamette, below Willamette Falls, and went all the way up to past Umatilla on the Columbia River. We took 232 samples. All of them came back 0 for quagga or zebra mussel veligures. And this is part of a bigger program that we work with Portland Center for Lakes and Reservoirs, Bureau of Reclamation, and NOAA, sampling various water bodies around the state looking for these veligures of the quagga and zebra mussels as an early detection. Kind of one of the surprises, if you remember last spring, we put the watercraft inspection program together because we had quagga and zebra mussels coming into the state on trailered watercraft or on non-motorized watercraft. But in March, we found zebra mussels in a plant project. In this case, is an algae. It's called Miramor balls. That came out of the Ukraine, and they were found in the pet stores. This product has been found in 49 states in the various pet stores with zebra mussels on them. So this was a new way of introduction that we weren't quite ready for in one sense, but in another we were, because as Glenn and others, we do early detection rapid response programs and practices throughout the various Northwest states. We've done 3 here in Oregon. So we were kind of prepared to do this, and we ended up using the same principles we would do if we found quagga and zebra mussels in a water body for this type of product. And just give you a quick time frame, things moved rapidly when this hit the market. The gap was the first. No one got noticed till about a month that zebra mussel had been found in these plant products. But once it was found, things moved really quickly. In just a few days, we were already getting, looking at various pet stores. We were verifying that there were zebra mussels present in the product. We called a basin-wide meeting of the Columbia River states, the protection, to develop a a response to this program, or to this, what this happened. The same time, same day, we issued a news release, an alert from ODFW, and an alert from Oregon Invasive Species Council. And then the following day, we started inspecting all the various pet stores and other stores that sold aquatic plants and removing all the products from their shelves. Same time, a few days later, we had ODA, which has authority over plants, to issue a temporary administrative rule, making these Myanmar balls or moss balls illegal in Oregon. Issued more news release, and just recently, about 2 weeks ago, the temporary rule that Oregon Department of Ag developed is now a permanent rule in Oregon. So these moss balls have to be certified zebra quagga mussel free before they can come into the state. Another thing we've worked with is doing some eradication, experimental eradication programs. This one is the rusty crayfish that we did over outside of Seneca in the headwaters of the Malheur Basin. This water body is about a half-acre water body, but it had been introduced with rusty crayfish, which is a very invasive crayfish in the John Day River. This was introduced in 1980, and now it's a dominant crayfish species in the John Day, and will probably be entered the Columbia River by 2025, if not sooner. So on this water body, we've did some trapping, and we caught just trapping efforts alone over 4,000 crayfish. Then we went to chemical treatment to try to completely eradicate them. And the goal was to keep them in this pond, that they would not get into a headwater stream that was about a quarter mile away, which current sampling, that seems to be the case. They had not made it to the creek yet. So we may have stopped this evasion from the Malheur Basin. Some of the challenges with the program we've had has been competition for employees. As I mentioned earlier, most of the states have programs now, and we are competing with other states to hire enough employees. Montana hires about 200 people, Idaho around 90, Wyoming around 80. So we're competing for the same employee pool. Other challenge we have had is employee housing. In these various locations, housing is difficult and expensive. Other is retention of employees. Not so much people leaving just to go to another season, but kind of what you want them to do. They generally advance to a permanent position, so they're leaving our seasonal positions. So it's finds like each season we are constantly hiring and training new employees throughout the whole season. And then the last 2 years, especially, we've had a lot of environmental factors. In 2020, we had the wildfires, and that top picture, that's a picture of the Phoenix fire, and that was taken by our inspectors as they were leaving the inspection site in a moment's notice, because it started about a quarter mile and within just a few minutes spread all the way up to I-5 on both sides of our check station. Fortunately, the check station wasn't damaged during the fire. This year it was more air quality, especially at our Klamath Falls, Lakeview stations during July, August, September. We'd have air quality index at, in the 100 to 120, and then a couple hours later, it would be up into the 300 range. And when you get anywhere above 200, it's not really healthy to have employees out in the weather. When we have a construction trailer like Ashland, that does allow us to allow employees to work with a higher air quality because they have someplace to go inside that's air conditioned and filtered. But in the case with Klamath and Lakeview, they are in a display tent. And so they are out in the environment. So when it reaches those higher temperatures, we have to close down operations, which creates, large time periods where we're missing inspections. And then COVID was another, especially in 2020, with the governor's order, basically visitors stay out of Oregon for a while. That did reduce our number of boats coming through the state. some kind of program request from our side, from the inspection side. We'd like to see if we can get more law enforcement. Law enforcement, when we have them around, generally improves the compliance rate with the check stations, especially at the Brookings station, where it's constantly had the lowest compliance rates in the state, staying around the 60 level. We'd like to get that up to the 80, 90, and even the Ashland and the Ontario station, we get up to 90% compliance rate. That would be much better. The other, we're looking for additional secure state funding. One that will help us increase our federal match for the Water Reclamation Development Act so we can have a bigger program. The other, if the WRDA funds go away, then we could still operate at least at current levels and not at pre-2017 levels. And then we also need to strengthen the drain plug rules so we can use that rule with watercraft coming into the state, not so much being already in the state. With that, I will take any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Rick, for that wonderful presentation and the PowerPoint there. Does anyone on the board here have a question for him?
No question, just a comment. Thank you to you and your teams for all the great work that you do. I feel like invasive species and especially zebra mussels have been a hot topic my entire adult life, and it's just really impressive that we've made it this long without having any in the state. So thank you. I'm sure your work is unending and tireless, but we very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Do you work with any of the boat transporters? I know there's not a huge number of people who transport boats. Do you work with any of those to have notification of boats coming in, or is it primarily just the states?
Well, we just started a new program as for the Columbia Basin. It's called Call Before You Haul, and that's directed at the commercial haulers, trying to have them call so one, they can know what's going to happen when they come to Oregon. The other part is trying to get them to make sure they get their boat decontaminated where they're at. And all states are in partnerships with that, Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho. And this is going to be branched out to a bigger program very soon. And I know Ashley has been part of it, and Glenn, as with news release. I think we did a news release 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago on this. So we do reach out to the commercial haulers, and that has been successful. I mean, there's some companies that actually pay their haulers to make sure they stop at the various inspection stations. And we are in good communication with the other states. So if they get a watercraft, they notify us. So we can re-inspect the boats, because about 50% of our watercraft that we intercept have been previously inspected and sometimes decon. But these mussels, as you saw in that first, are so small, they're easy to miss. And the goal is to try to get them all off of there, because one of the methods we use to detecting is environmental DNA. So even a dead mussel on a watercraft, if it falls in the water, could give us a positive reading on a water body. So then we're doing the efforts to try to prove if we have mussels in the water body or not. So but that was a long answer to a short question, probably.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions? Seeing as there are none, I'd just like to thank you again, Rick, for taking the time to put together the informative presentation. And thank you to Glenn for all your work on the AIS program. So again, we appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks. So at this time, I believe we'll take a break. It'll be about a 15-minute break before we get started on the on item number C. Sorry, Janine.
That's okay.
Too much coffee. And we'll do about a 15-minute break, and we will resume at 10:15. Well, it looks like the entire board is back, so if we are ready to go on, then we'll go ahead and just resume here. Thank you very much, everybody, for the patience. This is the Oregon State Marine Board quarterly meeting of January 25th, and we are resuming after our short recess there. And we are on item number C, which is the small grant funding. And Janine Balek, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. For the record, my name is Janine Balek. I'm our Boating Facilities Program Manager. At the October meeting, I identified the need to modify small grants, to increase the threshold, to address some of the things that we are seeing, and to be more responsive to some of our situations that are happening out there. And so I've prepared a bunch of information, giving you some history, but I want to tell you about two examples that have recently come around. One came through with Metro. It was at Chinook Landing. They lost 2 sump pumps, and the request to get those sump pumps replaced was about $24,000. So it's just over this amount. They missed the cycle tooth grant opportunity to apply for other funds. And so adjusting this threshold will allow us to be responsive to those. The sump pumps have about a 6 to 8 week lead time. And so to wait for that next grant opportunity really impacts the boaters. They're going to be impacted with sanitation and also being able to use the pump out station at that. We also had a situation where a facility owner heard that the Public Works Department was going to do a major roadway project, and they reached out to see what it would cost for them to do an overlay at a boating access site, and that price was about $31,000. And they didn't have the full amount in the Parks Department. And unfortunately, because it was over the small grant threshold and outside of a cycle of our grants, they ended up having to decline the opportunity to overlay a park. And so it was really a lost opportunity to extend the useful life and make an improvement at an access point. So that's from the facility aspect. But this increasing these thresholds also provides a better opportunity for non-governmental organizations to apply outside of the grant cycle. And so each grant cycle process is about a 6-month process from when we solicit the process to get public comments, to consult with the tribes, and then to bring it to the board. Allowing us to be responsive to things outside of those cycles up to that $50,000 removes a barrier for many of these small non-governmental organizations who are challenged with trying to do recruitment, solicitation for projects to get people out on the water in those underserved communities. So this opens up some additional opportunities by removing the barriers for our formal process. So I am recommending that the board support increasing those thresholds and to go from our $10,000 cap to $30,000 with a total of a $50,000 project cost. As part of this, I do want to have a mandatory minimum of 25% match. And that match isn't just cash. I mean, cash is nice, but it includes labor, materials, administration. And in talking to folks, 25% is a very reasonable match. So I do want to have that. And then with the end of the biennium, we wanted to have kind of a cap as to how late into the biennium somebody could apply. So we weren't running into issues where the project wasn't completed by the June 30th deadline, either through supply chain issues, staffing issues. We didn't want it to impact our new budget cycle. So those are the 3 pieces that we want to include in a rulemaking process, as well as to just update language similar to what we did for the maintenance program and for the Waterway access program. So does the board have any questions? Member Withy.
Yeah, thanks, Janine. Thanks for the analysis. As always, I think it's very valuable. My concern is whether the thresholds are adequate. You know, we're seeing more and more natural disasters, and I'm thinking of the floods right now in Washington and on up into British Columbia. These funds are for urgent or emergency requirements, and we recognize that the costs have increased substantially from what they were in the past. So the analysis looks at the past costs it took to respond to the needs. I just don't know if they're reflective of what the future costs will be. So I wonder if we're asking for high enough thresholds. You know, I was thinking maybe at 50,000 instead of 30,000. So I pose that question to you. Do you think these are realistic for what we can expect with the natural disasters that we're seeing around the states at the Northwest?
I think in the event there's a natural disaster, the board has always been very responsive to schedule an emergency phone call and be able to give the director additional authority for grants under those conditions. The thresholds I chose were specific on looking at projects where there's the potential for opposition, permit complexities, because when we have projects that may not be 100% supported, we want to make sure that those are in front of the board, that they are an expanded transparency by bringing them to the board so that all positions can be heard. So with that higher threshold, more money, bigger projects, we run into the potential for having things that really should be vetted through a higher level of scrutiny. Unless the board has concerns about giving emergency increased authority to the director, I think our current process, in the event we have another fire, a flood, a tsunami, has worked very well in the past.
Thanks, Janine.
Member Jackson.
You have to unmute yourself.
I thought I'd done it and it went back. Thank you for all your hard work on this, Janine. And also thank you for your comment about how this might impact non-government organizations, primarily applying for some of the non-motorized grant funding money. Something I hadn't really thought about. I think the system that we have in place works really well, but I do think the current thresholds are too low when we start talking about a lot of the inflation and capital costs and supply chain and demand and all the various things that have been happening in the past couple of years. So with that, I move that we authorize opening rulemaking to change the small grant program rules to increase the maximum amount to 30,000 with a total project cost not to exceed 50,000, require a 50% minimum match. And what was the last part? Close the application submission period within 45 days of the end of the biennium.
Member Jackson, for clarification, I was recommending 25% match. Did you want to increase it to 50%?
I thought I said 25% match.
Oh, okay.
You did.
I was reading straight off of your board book notes.
All right, thank you.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Craig. So my only concern is the 45 days at the end of the biennium, because we have seen, things happen, and perhaps they especially in the fall, there could be a flood or something that may impact that 45 days. If they would, I guess, wait a few more days, then they would be able to submit under the new biennium. Is that what you're thinking, Janine?
Yes, especially, so at the end of the biennium, we are preparing for our Cycle 1 grant funds, which the board historically hears in June. So we have a lot of activity going on at that time. And when small grant requests come in toward the end of the biennium, it does take time to vet them generate grant agreements and get them to them. And we do have a lot of concern that projects cannot be completed by the end of our budget cycle, which would have an immediate impact on our new budget. So if there's something that comes in during that time period, chances are it can wait until July 1st of the new biennium and still be successfully completed.
And also it could fall under the director's discretion if it's truly an emergency that they can take care of with a smaller amount of money. So, okay, so I'm okay with that then. So does anybody else have any comments or questions regarding the motion? Again, this is going to be opening the rulemaking process for the to update the small grant program. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries. Thank you, Janine. Again, echo what Member Jackson said and all of your work that you put forward in this. It's always very thorough, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are going to move on to item D, which is the request regarding foam encapsulation rules. We are considering the possibility of opening rulemaking. And welcome to Dorothy Deal.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. For the record, I am Dorothy Deal, the Policy Program Coordinator for the Marine Board. ORS Chapter 830 pertains to small watercraft, and it generally contains the statutes that we consider to be boating laws. Section 40 of the chapter states that no political subdivision, I'm getting a bad network quality notification. Am I frozen for you or can you see me, Chair Early?
No, we can see you just fine. I keep getting those notifications too, and I just ignore them.
Okay, so to repeat myself a little bit, ORS Chapter 830 pertains to small watercraft. We generally consider those to be the boating laws for the state. And Section 40 of that chapter states that no political subdivision may enact any law that is contrary to the provisions in that chapter. And for simplicity, we tend to sum this up as only the Marine Board can make boating rules. But the prohibition on contrary laws applies to the entirety of Chapter 830, which also includes prohibitions on the installation of submersible polystyrene foam in floating structures, unless certain conditions which are established by the board in rule are met. So the city of Milwaukee is particularly concerned about the pollution potential of polystyrene. And so they would like to apply an even more stringent standard through their development code within their boundaries than what exists in OSMB rule. But to enact a stricter ordinance would be contrary to Chapter 830. So therefore, the city of Milwaukee is requesting that the board establish a pathway for smaller jurisdictions to enact their own code on polystyrene as long as it is stricter than what is in state rule. So staff is very supportive of this request, and so today we're seeking to find out if the board is also supportive before we move forward to identify and establish such a pathway. And we're still seeking clarification on whether this can be accomplished through local building and material standards in a way that doesn't conflict with state law. So we're not actually asking the board to open rulemaking today, but if rulemaking were to be determined to be the path forward, if the board is supportive, then we would propose revisiting this in April. And so today, I'm asking if the board would articulate their level of support for staff moving forward on this and to collect any questions that the board would like us to seek answers to.
So I see Craig has his hand up.
Hi, Dorothy. Thank you for the excellent work again. Does the city of Milwaukee currently have a local ordinance precluding the use or disposal of the materials in their community?
Member Withy, I believe that they are looking to establish those at this point in time, and in looking at their options, they wanted to establish stricter standards than what they discovered already existed in state rule. And so they realized on their own that they couldn't enact such an ordinance because it would conflict with the statute.
So we're only concerned what happens on the water. They also are applying this restriction on areas in their community outside the water. Is that correct?
Member Withy, that is not my understanding. I mean, they would certainly have authority outside of what they're discussing with us here to prohibit the use of materials in building in their city. I think as far as the discussion today, it's only about the submersible polystyrene for floating structures.
So I'm just trying to understand, is concern about water pollution or the effects of polystyrene on the environment? Of course, it's used in a lot of different products, such as packing materials. The concern here is essentially water pollution, is that correct?
That's correct. Water pollution and then the impacts that has on the fish and wildlife that use that resource. I think their letter refers to polystyrene particles ending up in the stomachs of seabirds and other wildlife.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Are there other questions for Dorothy? I see Laura's hand up.
Just more of a comment. Again, thank you for trying to make some sense out of this issue. Personally, anything that helps keep polystyrene out of our waterways is important to me. And if the city is trying to implement a higher building code or a higher standard for in-water submersible construction or submerged construction, I think we should help them find a pathway to do it.
Craig, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, Dorothy, so if we were to pursue this, would this be only for the city of Milwaukee, or would we be looking to apply it across the entire state?
Member Withy, I would love to get clarification from the board on those parameters, but the letter from the city of Milwaukee seems to want to extend that ability to other small jurisdictions. It doesn't seem to specifically request that we only allow the city of Milwaukee to go forward with this. It does say establish a pathway for smaller jurisdictions to enact these codes. So I think the assumption based on that letter would be that, it would not be unique to the city of Milwaukee, although the board may certainly comment on that.
So an additional question, and maybe this is for Janine, would we prohibit the use of these materials in our projects?
Member Withy, so for many years we have gone above what the encapsulation rule says because we do not want public facilities contributing to any polystyrene entering the water. This would not impact us. We are using fully encapsulated aluminum tubs for our boarding docks. And so the polystyrene is sandwiched in between aluminum and HDPE, high density polyethylene plastic to provide barriers from entering into the waterway. And with our short-term tie-up docks, it's encapsulated within concrete. And the kayak docks, some of them are either using plastic pods for flotation without polystyrene in them, or they are using a concrete encapsulated or an aluminum encapsulated method to make sure that the foam does not enter the water.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a question, Dorothy, because the possibility of opening the rulemaking to look at the rules are going to affect all of ORS 830.040. So if we create a pathway for stricter standards regarding this chapter, would that be able to be applied to other issues that these smaller jurisdictions may want to enact stricter regulations?
Chair Early, I don't think that risk exists because of the specificity that we could put into that language. The statute is fairly succinct and provides the board with the power and duty to make the standards for the foam encapsulation. So that is all in our rules, the actual specifics. And so if rulemaking were determined to be the way to accomplish this goal, then I think you could put very specific language into that rule that would apply to that specific polystyrene statute and not to the entirety of Chapter 830.
Thank you. I would be supportive of exploring whatever possibilities are needed at this time and working to create that pathway that the city of Milwaukee is requesting. I don't think you really need a motion for this. I think you're mostly seeking the direction from the board. Is that correct?
Chair Early, that is correct.
Okay. Is there anyone that would be opposed to even the possibility of opening rulemaking if that is the pathway that we would need to create for the city of Milwaukee and other jurisdictions? I don't see any opposition at all right now, Dorothy. So I think that you have some work cut out for you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to move on to item E now, which is the Lower Willamette River Rules Evaluation from Year 2. And before we get started on that, and we have Josh Mulholland on here with us, I would like to take the time to thank Josh for all of his work. Being the policy person means we see him a lot, and so he has quite a few different hats to wear. And I'd just like to thank you, Josh, for all of your time that you always spend answering questions, looking for answers, considering and listening. So anyway, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate what you do and how well you do your job. And with that, we are going to do item E, which is the Lower Willamette River Rules Evaluation.
Chair Early, members of the board, Josh Mulholland, Environment Policy Program Manager for the Oregon State Marine Board. First off, Chair Early, thank you. I appreciate it. Talking about wearing different hats, I think we're gonna go through a few hats in the next hour or two. So yeah, let's get started. So item E is a carryover from item H of the last board meeting, in which the board heard a review of the implementation of the new rules for the Lower Willamette. There seemed to be some need for some additional conversation on the topic, so we added this again to today's agenda. And also, I think it's a good time to discuss it, given that we are now joined by Member Guzman of the Portland area, and I suspect that he may have some suggestions and additional direction for staff. So I think this is we should keep talking about this. Yesterday, you heard some great stuff from Randy on the expansion of the Boating Safety Advocate Program. And how successful that was in the first year. We are also planning to hire a part-time employee for the metro area to assist with rule implementation, with rule evaluation. And right now I'm working with Randy and his team. Unfortunately, it will soon be just Randy's team, to make sure that the position that I'm looking for dovetails well with those boating safety advocates, so that we can get all that work done in the metro area as far as outreach, as well as some of the policy stuff that we can. For this item, I provided the board the materials from the last meeting for your convenience. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to you and see if there's any guidance, any direction, anything that we should think about as we go into the second full year of implementation of those Lower Willamette rules that were born out of the multi-year rulemaking process that I know you are all very familiar with. So with that, Chair Early.
I see Laura already has her hand up, so.
Yeah, I appreciate the work, Josh, that you did, and also the work that Ethan did, gathering all that information last fall. I think there's a lot more education that needs to happen, and some of that may be social media based stuff. I'm not sure, kind of in Ashley's ballpark. One of the things that Member Castronova and I talked about going back to probably October of 2020 was that there can be opportunities for these rules to be temporarily suspended for specific events. And there's been some feedback, I know, in some of the organizations like Mr. Castronova's Wake the World, Wounded Warrior Project, and some others who use Toad Wake Sports as part of their programs, helping people who don't otherwise necessarily have boating experiences. So I think we need to do a better job of advertising out that there are opportunities for special events where the rules could be temporarily suspended in specific areas for those specific events.
That is certainly something we can do. Thank you, Member Jackson.
So I had a question about your about the halftime position. Is this going to be kind of a combination with another halftime position so that it actually gives somebody a full-time job? Is that the vision there with this?
Chair Early, I think long-term, yes. Right now, we currently have a halftime position, so half an FTE budgeted in this current biennium. So for the first, I guess, year and a half at this point, we would only have that halftime. I think if and when it was successful, and especially looking at the potential expansion of the boating safety advocate program, and I do believe that that will continue to be successful. I think we might be in a position during the next budget, just asking for our legislatively approved budget to ask to expand that full-time as a full-time, safety liaison, chief boating advocate. I don't know. I don't have a position title yet. That would serve the statewide.
So this would not be run under the boating safety advocate program. This would probably be a separate position since we have it allocated within the budget already. Is that correct?
It would be, yes, Chair Early, but given the close nature of that work, I think I'd like to see those aligned, now. We don't want to send two different people to the metro area with two very, very different with very different direction. I'd like to see some more cohesion than that. So I would like them to work closely together, even though as it stands right now, this position would be under a different part of the agency. It would be in the policy program and not the boating safety program.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleen, did I see you flash your hand up there? Okay, George, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jorge.
No worries. I was just playing with my hair.
Oh, okay.
No, I have my hand up.
You were next, Craig.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to echo what Chair earlier said. I really appreciate, Josh, you're put in bad situations in a lot of these issues, and you do an excellent job of trying to consider all perspectives. So I really appreciate what you've done. Now, on this particular topic, I fully support the position, and I would like to see us pursue it. But I also want to address the suggestions and considerations that Ethan identified in his effort. And I want to go through them and give some direction to the staff on how we should move forward with these. On the first one, and now this is on page 7 and 8 of item E. The first one, he asked the question, what is the purpose of a pass-through zone? Is it a rule against wave size or a rule against ropes? I believe it's a rule against wave size, but I'm not sure how the rest of the people feel regarding that. So that's the first one. But I'm going to try to go down through each one of these before other people respond, or if you want to do it differently, I'm fine with that. The second one, go ahead.
maybe when you address each one of them, then if anybody wants to make a comment on that also, then that would be the appropriate time so that things don't get all mixed up together. Does that sound good to the rest of the board? Okay. So regarding the pass-through zone, when I was looking at that myself, I looked at that as a way to lessen user conflict by limiting their time together. So that's what I've always considered to be a pass-through zone. The ones that I've dealt with that, being on the water have looked at it that way as well. So it didn't have anything to do with wave size. It had more to do with lessening user conflict as far as I'm concerned. So anybody else have any different interpretation of that or agree with what Member Withy was proposing? Okay.
All right, the second one is the board should consider strictly enforcing placing signage and or creating a strict no wake zone off Willamette Park. And this is a concern about the high volume of boaters that are entering, exiting that dock. I think that's a good proposal, and I think that we ought to get some direction to the staff whether they should continue looking at that.
Does anyone have any other comments regarding the Willamette Park issue that was brought up? I think that this would be an area for myself. This is what I was looking to for this part-time position. These are kinds of things that would be able to be vetted out a little bit more. And also maybe the boating advocate safety person that would be in that area would be able to provide some insight into that one. I don't think it's anything that's going to get dropped off of anybody's radar. I just think that it needs a little bit more consideration myself.
It's
Laura?
also an issue. It's also an issue because, again, as we heard from Randy yesterday, especially in Multnomah County, law enforcement is stretched really, really thin. And they can't have an enforcement person basically hanging out in that area on the super busy days when conflicts and speed violations and wake violations do occur. Maybe some better like in-water buoys or something to help remind folks that there is a set no wake zone around boat ramps and put in sites per law. Signage at Willamette Park occasionally gets vandalized. If it's put actually up in the park by the boat ramp, it gets vandalized. So adding more signage at the actual boat ramp in the park may not be a really great solution to the problem. And I do think that having that part-time position and a boating safety advocate in the Portland metro area, just reminding people again, is a good way to start.
So I want to make sure that we're clear with Josh on the direction we want him to take. So we want him to consider this further, but use the position to do that.
That would be my suggestion, is to continue on the path he's going with the new position.
Okay. The next one is more digital public outreach. His suggestion was partner with local businesses, social media influencers, local app developers, news and other resources to increase public awareness of the rules and safety of the river. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like in the end, but I fully support that suggestion.
Yeah, and I believe Member Jackson also brought that up at the very beginning. So engaging more social media presence.
So do we need to give any more direction to Josh regarding that?
I think on that one, Member Withy, I think that we're hearing you loud and clear, and it's also something that we're looking at internally. I mean, we see a need to engage a boating community in ways that we have maybe not traditionally done, using some of those social media and some other avenues, and to also have someone really in the community as opposed to just doing outreach with press releases and things here from Salem. So I think that this would, as long as the board's okay with it, that was going to be a primary goal of this position, is to just find a way to reach people that we traditionally have not.
And I think that also applies to the next one that was suggested by Ethan, which was the PDF or toe tag, and it goes along with Randy's presentation from yesterday. The boating safety advocate and also this position would both be people who would talk to the folks that are out there about wearing a life jacket and having that safety mechanism at their disposal.
I think this represents a pivot within the agency, seeing the benefits of having those non-law enforcement, those outreach officers, safety advocates, whatever. And yeah, finding just new ways to spread our message that might not necessarily be only through law enforcement.
So that probably carries down to the next one too. It says Portland Waterway Volunteer Information Officers. You know, again, I fully support that. I think it's an excellent idea. So I would encourage Josh, you to continue looking at that and developing that, how we can put it in place. Now, I don't know if these would be paid positions. I guess not. They say they're volunteers, but I don't know if we have people available to do that today.
I think there has been enough interest among boating groups and non-boating groups in the Portland area where I think that those volunteers may be out there. There are always some challenges when you have government agencies enlisting volunteer support to push agency priorities, and some of those things we'll have to work through. But no, I think I agree that that's a good idea, and I agree it's something that we are going to vigorously explore.
Member Jackson?
One of the things I think folks need to keep in mind, since the rule was implemented last year, a number of the organizations that run teaching programs on the river through most, like some of the retailers, they canceled a lot of their programs last year. So the visible presence of people who are modeling good behavior, a lot of that was kind of missing the past year. I know most of the retailers, if they did any classes, they did maybe one or two instead of like their full book of classes on the Willamette. So, you know, one of the outreaches might be to, through like the guide outfitter community, or through the retailers and stuff, is again, as people are starting to move back towards normal, that kind of see something, say something thing, that if you do see somebody doing something that's not particularly safe, you know, make that suggestion. I mean, I find myself doing it, and I know members of my organization, we've all started taking that, like, let's model good behavior, and if we see somebody doing something really unsafe, if we're comfortable, call them out on it in a polite way.
And likewise, if you see somebody doing something great, compliment them.
I think this is also a place where we can reach out to the disadvantaged community, the minority groups that are in this area. And I would like to find a way to do that. You know, this is a large population in the state, probably the most diverse that we see in the state. So I think there's an opportunity here I'd hate to miss. If there's no more discussion on that, the next one is more non-motorized boating ramps in the city. You guys are more familiar with what's available than I am in the Portland area. All four are more access being made available to the boating public.
I feel like that's something that just is going to take some time to develop, and also to find the areas that can be done. I have no doubt that there are groups that will be looking to do that and maybe tap into the waterway access funds that are available for those types of facilities.
And also in the city's South Reach plan, which excuse me, which covers a lot of the area that the new rules cover. There were places that were targeted in that plan for future development for human-powered or human access to the water. It's just a matter of finding the money to actually either acquire or do some cleanup or development of those sites so that they can actually be safely used.
Thank you, Laura. I do remember that now.
The next one was state-sponsored competition and guidance. This is an effort to bring people together, and I would like to find a way to pursue that. We've seen some of the animosity, I guess, the best way I can put it, between groups on the river. And I'd like to find a way to overcome that, people to come together and share this resource that they have without the bad feelings.
While I like the idea, I question how enthusiastic participants would be if it were sponsored by the Marine Board as opposed to sponsorship by groups they are familiar with. For example, if a wake sport group worked with a paddle boat group and the two of them sponsored some sort of event, it just feels like that might draw their prospective members in more than something the Marine Board sponsors.
Well, maybe the board could facilitate that through the other groups.
Member Withy and Member Moran, I would agree with your last point there, Member Withy. We're also not, as an agency, necessarily set up to sponsor events either with the expertise or just manpower to do that. There's also some liability concerns that I would have to work through on that. But I think that we could serve, and this is where having a metro area liaison type person to kind of grease those wheels and connecting the folks that already do these kind of events. And bring them together, provide them with potential resources they need. Member Jackson, you mentioned earlier about we have a marine event permit program. We can suspend our rules for certain groups in certain areas to promote certain activities, and we can be involved, but probably not in a direct sense where it's a Marine Board event. I'd rather see it be a community event put on by local boating groups with the Marine Board providing support.
And what type of events? I'm sorry, this is Jorge.
No, go Jorge.
What type of events would these be? Just anything related to accessing water, like a stand-up paddle or even boating, or are there specific events that we're discussing?
Member Guzman, that's a good question, and I don't think there's necessarily one specific answer. There are a lot of boating type events that go on in the Portland area as well as outside of the Portland area. I think having the Marine Board be a little more involved in those was the idea that Ethan brought forward. So just so Member Guzman, Ethan was a temporary employee who had a lot of experience in the Portland area on the Willamette River, so we brought him forward to just, hey, kind of almost audit the Marine Board's presence and what we've done in Portland over the last year, and these were the things that he saw some room for improvement in. So again, I don't think there's anything that we're being specific about here. I think it's more, hey, there's a lot of people on the water involved with events, and there is potential to have some more Marine Board connection to those events.
And I agree too. I recently went to the boat show, and I just felt like that was also a missed opportunity to have maybe a place where we could hold workshops or some sort of information for people that are just getting into boating. It seems like a lot of the conversations and a lot of the events are people that have been in the boating industry or have been practicing boating for quite some time, so they're pretty familiar. But if we're also looking at attracting new members or community members to boating, I think it'd be good to have and use that as an opportunity to, talk about the rules and some of the permits that they may need to be aware of. So.
One of the ideas brought forward here for this position and for the boating safety advocates, I believe, is to connect some of those groups that may be interested in holding events with the resources that we do have, which are, but not necessarily limited to, financial. I think that if we have someone in a community working with, even just some rental companies in the area on, hey, if you can do things to get more people on the water, we may be able to provide some resources to make that a reality. So just presenting the opportunities that we have to the greater local boating community could be a huge benefit of these positions.
And I think, again, that goes back to tie into the more digital public outreach programs. And so just, putting together little YouTube videos and things like that about what's going on and how best to access the water may also help those new boaters, Jorge. So that's a great suggestion.
Okay, the last one is probably the most challenging. It's a real mix. It's a incompatibility conflict between traditional motorized towed users, houseboaters, non-motorized users. This is just bringing the different groups together. And, you got the older generation boater versus the young boater. And I think the only way to address this is doing this stuff we've been talking about. I don't know if there's anything else we can do to accomplish bringing these people together.
I would agree that historical use and current use, it's a balancing act, and I think that that's it. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. I would say that it's probably going to take some time, and probably quite a few of these other things that we've been talking about will help to facilitate that.
So my question now is, as Josh works this, what is the product we're looking for? I would eventually like to get an action plan put together where we're addressing each one of these and we're moving forward with, getting the Lower Willamette in a better place.
So it would be my feeling that we have an action plan right now. We've kind of gone through some of these suggestions. Josh has, I see him furiously writing away, so I know that he has a list of things that he's going to continue to report back to us on. So it would be my feeling that maybe the action plan is to keep this on the agenda for an update when it seems appropriate. Especially with this new position, may not have too much of an update maybe in April, but in the middle of the season. And then, of course, in the fall, there would be a bigger update.
It works for me.
Chair, that certainly works for me as well. We're going to be going over timelines for the next board meetings at the conclusion of this board meeting. I agree, especially because the April board meeting is in early April. I don't want to commit to anything quite then. Also knowing that the hiring process for state employment can sometimes be more drawn out than some of us would like. But I would say at this point, let's plan to have an update in July on both. I guess I'm speaking for some of Randy's folks, but on both the Boating Safety Advocate Program. As well as this Portland position, and then either in October or potentially even January of 2023 to do a maybe even a work session on what that looked like in its first or second year.
That sounds great, Josh. It sounds like you got a handle on that timeline. So. Are there any other questions for Josh regarding the Lower Willamette River rules evaluation? If not, we will go ahead and conclude item E and move on to item F, which is the life jacket legislative concept. And as you said, put on a different hat.
Luckily, as my wife would point out, I have many, probably way too many hats. So that's not a problem for me. At the last meeting, the board discussed a legislative concept to be brought forward in 2023 regarding the wearing of life jackets. The board initially supported a concept that would require wearing of life jackets for youth and PWC operators, as well as those crossing coastal bars and those operating small craft in cold water months. And there was some debate on what those cold water months might be. The board did want to discuss that further, so they asked that this item be brought back. So from a staff perspective, we believe that the youth and PWC operator requirements are necessary for any proposed bill. Those are currently in rule, but whether we actually have the authority to put them in rule in the first place has been questioned. But these are widely supported things, and I would like to see, staff would like to see those in statute, or at least a proposal that we brought forward to put those into statute. Staff believes that of the other two possibilities, because they are very different with very different sets of support and therefore opposition, it makes sense to pursue one of those two other directions. Staff believes that the cold water month concept is a bigger priority, and therefore is what we recommend pursuing, and a bigger priority just because of some of the statistics and some of the things that Randy has brought to you over the last couple board meetings regarding boating safety and kind of where we go from here. So Member Jackson, I believe you wanted to talk more on what those cold water months might be, do a little deeper dive into that. We're recommending that they either start in October, November, and go through May, and I provided some documentation in the board report as to how we came about that recommendation. That concludes the summary that I have for you on this, and I'm looking for the board's direction on what you would like staff to draft and as part of a legislative concept, and ultimately bring forward to the governor in the next 6 months or so for inclusion, hopefully into the 2023 long session of the legislature.
Laura?
I just have two suggestions. I can go whatever way we want to go on the dates for the cold water stuff. One suggestion I heard from some folks was, let's match the dates to the lower Willamette wake sports rules. Just because if you have to remember, you know, one month on the 15th and another month on the 1st, just make it so that the rules kind of flip and have the dates be the same. Another suggestion that I heard from several folks was change the 16-foot to 18-foot, because there are a fair number of boats such as outrigger canoes, some of the surf ski kayaks, and some of the touring kayaks that actually would benefit from this rule that go up to around 18 feet.
So I think that you're going to get an awful lot of kickback on that rule, because you're talking about winter steelhead fishing and you're also talking about drift boats. And what I have heard from a lot of people is that they will definitely come out in force if that is forced on them, because they don't want to have to wear them. They want it to be their choice. Not that they shouldn't do it, but that they want to have it be their choice for winter steelhead fishing. So I don't usually hear from anybody either. So anyway, I would like to see us concentrate on getting the first part of it passed, because I think that is essential. I'm not sure about including the second part, because again, I don't want to see the first part suffer because the second part is included.
Chair Early, I just want to share that staff certainly shares your concerns. The youth and PWC operator rules would be much less controversial, almost non-existent controversy there. The other concepts, I think we acknowledge there would be opposition, and it would be incumbent upon staff and potentially even board members to get support for any concept that we're bringing forward prior to the legislative session, so that we could demonstrate that our idea was supported by the community, and we've done the homework to get that support prior to the session.
Craig?
On item B, have we coordinated with the Coast Guard? I don't believe they have a requirement for wearing the life jacket once we get out into their jurisdiction.
So remember with you, for crossing the coastal bars, those are all within 3 miles of the coast, so it is within those state waters. For life jacket laws in general, the Coast Guard has, for all states, has said, they have their minimum requirements, but states can go above and beyond life jacket rules on the state waters if the state wants to do so.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree wholeheartedly with requiring the life jackets. I don't think a guy's going to put on his life jacket and take it off when he gets to 3 miles. But I would like to see this put in place because I fully support it. I would like to push on this, but I understand we may get some problems in the legislature, and I don't want to jeopardize the whole bill, but I fully agree with the need.
And thank you, Randy. He chimed in on the chat there that the Coast Guard has no preemption concerns on PFDs for recreational boats.
Yeah, we heard that yesterday, so I appreciate that. But it's just a matter of consistency for the boater.
Yeah. Jorge?
And this would be only for the cold water months. This change that we're trying to implement, Josh.
For the mandatory wear of people of all ages on small craft, whether that would be designated by 16, 18 feet, we could certainly have some more conversation there. But yes, the initial proposal was just for the cold water months. So we talked about that a little bit in the October meeting prior to you joining the board. What would cold water months be? Because that's where we're seeing the majority of fatalities given the amount of activity. Certainly there's more people on the water in July, but the number of fatalities is fairly low compared to April or May when the number of people on the water is fewer, but we're seeing a kind of a marked number of fatalities for times when the air is warm, but the water is still not.
So I have a question, and it could be that maybe it's you or it's Randy. I'm not positive, but if we put into the legislative concept about those cold winter months, if it is whatever size boat it is, if it's a 16-foot or an 18-foot, and a single occupant. Is there any, have you talked about that? Would that provide any kind of a enhanced, do you have any feeling of whether that would be helpful for getting this passed?
Chair Early, I'll take that one unless Randy, Randy's excited about it. Never mind. Randy, go ahead.
Okay, Chair Early, members of the board. So to reframe your question, or to make sure I understand it, you're asking is, would it be sort of more acceptable to have the life jacket requirement for single occupants? Is that right?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because if a person is on the boat by themselves, then they're more likely to wear a life jacket and maybe not get as much kickback from it. What I'm hearing from people, Randy, and I know you already heard me say this, was that, winter steelhead fishermen are very concerned about having to wear one. And yeah. So
I think Chair Early, I think it would be a continued step in the right direction. This is sort of a question of how far do you push it to get at these sort of off-season higher risk activities. I think there is higher risk if you're the lone person in a boat. There's even less opportunity for self-rescue, especially in moving waterways. You're going to get separated from the boat in a hurry. So that if you're looking for sort of a lower hanging fruit, that would be a fine first step. Certainly I would encourage you to look beyond that, but it's the board's sort of policy decision if that's where you wanted to go in that direction.
It's not that, I just want to look at something that has the possibility of actually passing, without a whole lot of opposition, and that's kind of what I'm trying to balance here.
And that's Chair Early, I think that's a viable point.
So Craig?
I just want to state that I fully support wearing PFDs all the time for everybody. And what I would like to communicate is I want to support all these, but I can't determine what's going to get through and what's not. You guys are in a much better position to do that. So I would request you get as much through as you can. A little is better than none at all, in my view. So that's my advice as you proceed forward.
Chair Early, members of the board, there are some other potential options here. This does not have to be a one-off type thing for the 2023 session. It's very clear as staff, we really want to pursue the PWC and youth operation thing and get that into statute. That also will start a conversation about PFD where in the legislature, that we could then use that momentum, if you will, build on that for future years, and then come forward with a 2025 concept that maybe includes some of these other things. So all of those are options. Member with member or Chair Hurley, you're correct too. The more people that this affects, the more opposition there will be. Now, some opposition is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, obviously, but that is the reality. And we are concerned about jeopardizing the important part of our concept with some things that will garner some opposition.
Thank you, Josh. It's my feeling that for this legislative concept that we need to focus on what we feel like can be passed, and that's the important part of this. Not that the rest of it's not important either, but the youth part and the PWC part is extremely important, and would like to see that get passed in the legislature. And so I would be in favor of having a legislative concept that focused on that one thing.
If Charlie, if I could add one more thing to this, we were approached by an external organization to pursue a life jacket age increase from 12 to 15. They were bouncing the idea off us to see if it had conflict with some of our stuff. We certainly continue conversations with them, and they could carry externally that additional piece. That way it wouldn't impact our bill and could provide legislators with a chance to discuss an enhanced requirement like you're talking about.
That's great. I really think that's really important. Does anybody else on the board have any direction or feelings towards this legislative concept that we can pass on to Josh and Randy for his last 2 days? Okay, well, seeing as there is none, Josh, are you okay? You got a direction here?
I am okay. Thank you, Charlie. I may try to bring this back in April as we do a little bit of homework. We're starting to get to the point where we got to start drafting language and submitting it. But see if we can get a better sense on what might be politically palatable, I guess. Now, I wouldn't say that we can necessarily predict what would go through the legislature and what wouldn't, but we may be able to have a little bit of an additional detail, and we'll certainly start working on the piece regarding youth and PWC operators and getting that language ready to go. And then we may have one more chance to revisit this before it goes off to the governor's office and beyond.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we are going to move on to item G. I would like to ask if anyone on the board would need a break at this time. Is everybody okay? Okay. All right. Everybody's signaling that we are just fine to proceed. So we are on item G, which is the possible rulemaking via petition, the petition that we heard that we have in our board book, possibility of opening the rulemaking process for this. So Josh.
All right, thank you, Chair Early. So item G, this is indeed a tough one, as is evidenced by the amount of content that I've provided to you and the content of the comments that you've received both at the beginning of this board meeting, as well as during the public comment period. You've heard from a number of folks on this topic, and clearly there is considerable passion around it. The frustrations that you've heard led to a petition that we received last year, late last year, with a potential solution to the reported problem. The petition was not surprising for staff, given the complaints that we had begun receiving this summer regarding noisy activities around Meldrum Bar. Both OSMB staff and the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office visited the location and contacted at least one of the operators. The Sheriff's Office observed no violations of state laws or county laws at that time. The Sheriff's Office did try to facilitate a meeting between residents, the concerned residents, and the PWC operator or operators, but that offer was initially declined. I'm going to try to keep all this short so it allows time for discussion, because I think we probably need to have a pretty robust discussion, but there's a lot of relevant information that informs this discussion. So a little bit of background. State law requires that boat motors be effectively muffled. It's a little more wordy than that, but that's the gist of it. The Marine Board passed rules over the past 4 decades on what effectively muffled is and some clarifications around that. The most recent amendments being made within the last 5 years under Mr. Henry's watch. For states that do have a specified decibel limit for the shoreline testing procedure, 75 decibels is the norm and was recommended by NASBLA some years ago. However, the 84 decibel limit that OSMB established in rule in 2018 resulted in tests from boats typical to Oregon rivers, namely inboard jet boats that are much more common to the Pacific Northwest than they are in any other part of the country. And those are typically the loudest boats operating, in this state or in any state, as far as recreational boats go anyway. I've included as much of the documentation on the decision that on that decision-making process as I could find and dig up, just so you have some background into how the current rules that we have in place were established. And also something that was noted by commenters and is indeed correct, local noise ordinances by cities or counties cannot be applied to boat motors. That's the same, citing the same statute that Dorothy brought forward earlier, that local laws cannot be contrary to specific boating laws in Chapter 830. Some other background on Meldrum Bar Park. The area around Meldrum Bar is a common play area, I'm going to call it, for PWCs and other recreational boats. Because the area is relatively wide, has very few docks, our recent lower Willamette rules may have served to actually increase some of the use in that area. The city of Gladstone does own and operate the park and the official boat launch, although the actual gravel bar, Meldrum Bar, is owned by the state. It is operated by the Department of State Lands. We would have liked to meet with Gladstone on this. We have heard that they have concerns and some frustrations, but at this point, we have not been able to meet with them. We have not been able to nail down a date. I'm hoping that we still can meet with them to discuss solutions on their end. Again, they do operate the facility that is in question, and I think that there may be some solutions that they could potentially look to at the local level. Not surprisingly, we've reached out to local and statewide law enforcement for their perspective on the petition and some of the solutions that were brought forward in it. Statewide, most just don't have much of an opinion at all. They don't believe this is an issue in their counties. And most law enforcement, most sheriff's offices around the state don't have the equipment necessary to do the sound testing procedure. This is just not, it is not a boating safety problem, and therefore not something that is typically actively looked at or enforced. As far as the narrative standard that's proposed in the petition, there's a more varied kind of response. Some of the law enforcement officers and department or sheriff's offices that we talked to said that it might be usable in their jurisdictions, whereas others indicated that their DAs would never allow them to cite on a subjective determination of nuisance, essentially. And more specifically in Clackamas County, the sheriff's office indicated that enforcing a subjective determination would indeed be very challenging. A few more things, and then I'll kick it to the board. I'm sure the board read the comments. You heard the things from this morning, and you can feel the anger and the helplessness, I guess I would say, for some of the residents in the area. Also, if you read through the comments, there are many folks that commented on boat stereo noise, but that does not seem to be the impetus or the primary issue that generated the petition. Before we start discussing this and discussing potential actions that the board could take, should take, etc., I'd end with a few thoughts just from discussions with staff and with our law enforcement partners. This may not be a current statewide issue, but there is a very real local conflict in which tensions are quite high. I think that's evident. Changing the carefully considered decibel limits that we made less than 5 years ago would make the normal operation of thousands of inboard jet boats in the state essentially illegal in almost all normal operation situations. That's not going to change law enforcement priorities because it's not a safety concern. So you would essentially effectively make the operation of thousands of boats illegal with no increase in citations or warnings or any kind of law enforcement contacts would be the most likely result of that, which is not necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. It's just the reality. The idea of the narrative standard, it may have merit. I can't make a strong argument against it. I don't think it necessarily hurts anything. And I think it would give law enforcement potentially another tool. I just simply don't know if or where it would be used. Again, hearing from sheriff's offices that things like that they're not willing to bring forward to their judges and their district attorneys have concerns with. And because they are doing the enforcement of our laws, we need to take those perspectives seriously. So the recommendation, or at least the suggestion, I guess, from staff and from local law enforcement to an extent, is to try to resolve the conflict using the existing rules and to look at some non-regulatory measures. Maybe we can address the situation with outreach prior to doing some large statewide agency rulemaking process by, the Marine Board, which is a statewide executive branch agency. With that, I'm done. I'm very interested to see what the board has to say on this topic and help us staff work towards a potential solution to this issue, or to empower staff to encourage the local municipalities to address it at the local level.
Thank you, Josh. So first of all, I would like to thank all of our public who not only came today, but also who took the time to submit all of their comments. It was an extensive amount of comments between both item G and item H, but that's what we want. That's what we want, is for people to be involved in what's going on here with the Marine Board. So thank you to the general public for helping us. And with that, I see that Colleen has her hand up, and then Laura. So we will start with Colleen. You need to unmute yourself, please.
Wasn't fast enough on the button. Josh, do you know why the meeting between residents and the jet ski operators didn't happen?
What I do know is that, member Moran, I do know that I think a lot of those residents, some of which you heard from this morning, I don't think that they believe a compromise in any way is satisfactory. That the activities that they're concerned with should not be allowed in any way, shape, or form. I can't speak to it more than that. I was not privy to those conversations. This is just kind of hearsay through emails. So that's the best I can do. I apologize.
That's all right. Thank you.
Member Jackson.
Yeah, having spent a lot of time doing consulting work for airports and transportation projects, under a lot of guidances in those areas for noise, they look not only at like a single measurement, but an average over certain amounts of time. So if a developer is looking to build an industrial facility, they can't produce noise exceeding a certain number of decibels, or a lesser number of decibels averaged over a 4 or 8 hour time period. Airports are bound by a average day-night time, where nighttime noise is basically weighted twice what daytime noise is, things like that. And so again, given that the difference between say 75 and 85 decibels is actually a doubling of the noise level, might it be possible to keep that 84 decibel standard, but also come up with an average 4 hour level? Because it seems like in this particular case, it's not just a single occurrence of a noise, which say some of the jet boats, they pass through. So the occurrence of noise at 84 decibels is relatively momentary, as opposed to something that is a point source that is repeated over 4 to 6 to 8 hours a day. So maybe adding to the standard an a time to average standard that would help get at this issue.
Member Jackson, that's a good point. And I think you bring up an excellent point in that the repetitive nature of what is being reported on is probably the root of the concern. Because if it was one watercraft passing through, I don't think that would have generated this amount of consternation. Regarding the 4 hour average, that is certainly something that the board could look into, and we could promulgate in rules. I think the reality, though, is it's already a diversion from their typical boating safety priorities for the sheriff's office to come do noise testing just at one specific time. I don't think that we can ask a sheriff's office anywhere in the state, and certainly not somewhere like Clackamas County, for instance, where they have so many concerns and so many areas they need to be, asking them to camp out at a location for a period of time to get an average level so they can cite an operator on. I question whether that's realistically applicable, even if it is potentially a very good solution.
Thank you. Did you have anything to follow up on that, Laura?
I kind of do, but member Withy has his hand up, so I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay. Craig?
Yeah, noise is always a challenge. This is an urban environment, so there's a lot of sources of noise. Yeah, a power lawnmower makes noise at levels of 85, 90 decibels. And you're living in an environment where you have freeways and stuff passing by. People tend to get adjusted to that background noise, and it becomes part of their routine life. So I think the noise that they're speaking of here is noise that is not normally part of the background. And you're looking at levels above or bursts of noise that is kind of upsetting to people. I don't know how you manage to control that unless you eliminate entirely the source of the noise. I don't know if we can find a true answer to this without impacting somebody in the end. And I don't know if we can restrict boating in these areas completely. I don't think we're ready to ban two-stroke engines. That would create a big outcry out there. So there's no simple answer to this. But I wonder if we can take a look at some standard where they can't exceed maybe the noise level of the background noise. There are ways to establish what the background noise is. I'm just struggling to find a way that we can approach this. I've worked, as Laura stated, around airports and stuff, and that's a major problem for people who live in the fly routes. Aviation noise is very upsetting to a lot of people. And there's no answer to that unless you shut down aviation. And I don't know that we're prepared to shut down recreational boating. So there's not a good answer to this. I don't know that changing the noise threshold is going to solve the problem.
Laura?
Well, and that kind of, Craig brought up a lot of really good points. A lot of the aviation noise stuff is based on an 85 decibel average day-night level. And so, if this particular violator or violators are operating multiple hours per day, I can see possibly to get at Josh's point, it's also a land use issue. It's also a livability issue that I'm wondering if there's a possibility to be able to get somebody from city government to actually do the monitoring and provide feedback to law enforcement so that law enforcement would be actually doing the citation.
Member Jackson, I don't see why not. The only reason I can't comment in the definite affirmative is because I don't know if there's an issue, a cross jurisdiction issue or anything like that, or whether that creates an issue for citation authority with the sheriff's office. But I don't. It seems to be a potential solution. I mean, right now as an agency, and we've been, it's really since the early fall, been trying to get a hold and talk to the other relevant parties to look for a solution, because we are recognizing the conflict for sure. And I think that outside of just a state agency, there are others that do have some ability to affect change here. I think that, frankly, they've been happy to pass the buck to the Marine Board on this. And I think in reality, the solution may be a more cooperative effort.
So Josh, I appreciated your suggestions in here. So Jorge, did you have your hand up there?
I did. I just want to add, I just watched the video on sharetheriver.org, and the noise is pretty loud. I have 2 jet skis, and I don't ever remember our jet skis making that kind of a noise. And then just having that right outside your home, I could see how invasive and annoying that would be, and probably it could have an impact on somebody's health, mental health, just to be able to sustain that level of noise for a long period of time. It would be interesting to see if a short-term solution would be what somebody else mentioned. I believe it was Member Jackson, about maybe having the local law enforcement doing some sort of citation. I think moving forward for the long-term solution, looking at a noise level requirement or policy would be good to implement. So I think just watching the video, I can't believe that that's actually happening, and homeowners have to put up with that. So.
Thank you. Craig.
Josh, have we looked at what other municipalities have done? Certainly we're not alone in this problem. I wonder if other places have addressed it and have found a solution.
Remember, as far as municipalities in Oregon?
No, like Seattle or New York City. We're not the only place that has a river run through a major metropolitan area.
I have not done extensive work looking at outside of Oregon. As was mentioned, Washington does have a stricter decibel limit for the shoreline measurement procedure. It's unclear whether they actively enforce that or not. I mean, NASBLA did recommend the 75 decibel limit, but again, our limits were specific to inboard jet boats. The operation of concern is kind of a competition style older two-stroke jet ski operating in a way that's pretty atypical. This is a very unique situation, and everything that you said earlier, I completely agree with. On this one is a difficult one. This has been the focus of my work over the past month or so, and I still don't have a fantastic recommendation for you or the board. That's why I was looking forward to this conversation.
Okay, so yeah, I totally sympathize with these residents. I think that that it's not a very good situation that they have, and I would like to see, some relief for them. I would also like to see us continue to try to get a hold of the city of Gladstone. Part of the reason I asked Dorothy Deal about that question about the statute was regarding this, and so was looking at that possibly as something that could be effective in creating higher standards. I was on the board when we came up with the 84, and Oregon is known for jet boating, and there were so many jet boats during that time, and anything under 84 would definitely affect all of those jet boat operators. Hamilton pumps, they all make noise, and it all exceeds the 75. So I think that that's something that would be almost unenforceable, or it would be ignored, making it kind of a moot point, versus having something that would be a better, something that's enforceable, or something that can actually be a solution for these residents. I saw Director Warren came on for a minute. Did you, Director Warren, did you want to chime in on any of this?
Chair Early, thanks. And sometimes it's easier when you're not in the hot seat like Josh is to listen and try to think about what's being shared. So maybe an attempt to summarize what I've heard, which has been a really good discussion. The things that I heard first, right? The board acknowledges there's an issue here, right? As you look at the videos, you listen to the things going on there, and I think each one of you touched on that in a different way. I'm hearing a lot of support for the idea that the staff would continue to work with some of the local entities that might be able to solve this problem with us without statewide rules. But at the same time, I think Member Jackson, I think it sounded to me like you were just using the example of that 4 to 8 hour type study, but really what I heard you were getting at is there a way, if we have to go to statewide rules down the road, to somehow talk about the repetitive nature of the sound, which is what the real issue. Again, if these folks fired up their jet ski and got out of the area, that's a lot more tolerable than them sitting there all day long making the loud noise sustained. And so I didn't get a sense you were tied to the 4 hour. That was your example to show kind of that repetitive nature, which has been the problem. So again, that's my attempt to sort of summarize is there's a problem. Sounds like there's a lot of ideas of continuing to work with the locals, but then also maybe trying to think about whether there's other industry models around getting around the repetitive noise. So.
Josh.
If I may add to that too, don't forget that one of the proposals brought forward in that petition was the adoption of a more narrative standard that certainly would take into account the repetitive nature. And again, I don't know if that would be used by law enforcement. I think it may vary, but that's certainly a potential solution or something that could merit further looking into. We're seeking some guidance on whether that could be used by state police. Now that's our law, the state's law enforcement arm. That doesn't necessarily apply to what might be able to be used at the county level. But so this is a petition. The board, we need to respond to a petition within 90 days. That 90-day period ends well before the board meets next. So one option would be to accept the premise of the petition and to open up rulemaking, which then we could explore a host of options from a regulatory standpoint. Or the other option, the other realistic option, I guess, would be to deny the petition, direct the agency to explore non-regulatory options, bring it back to the board probably in April, but if not then certainly in July, to then re-explore this and determine if opening up rulemaking is the most appropriate option at that point in time.
Okay.
So we don't have to accept a solution right now. Accepting the petition in many ways would acknowledge a problem that we need to look at potentially from a regulatory standpoint.
But just for clarification, Josh, if we accept the petition, do we need to also open rulemaking at this point?
Shirley, that is correct. The acceptance of a petition does open up rulemaking.
Which also enacts the process of developing some rules and also getting more public comment on it. Craig, you had your hand up first and then Laura.
Yeah, I just wanted to try another angle. I wonder if reducing speed would help. Obviously, some of the complaints are boats that are going through not open throttle, but higher speeds. I wonder if we could pursue something like that, have them just idle through the area.
Sure. With the, if I may respond to that, that is certainly an option. We have, that would essentially create a pass-through zone, and some of the framework that we use to create pass-through zones on other parts of the world in this area could be something the board could look into. As I did note, this is, with current regulations in place, this is probably the best place to operate a personal watercraft between at least Willamette Falls and downtown Portland below the pass-through zones, because of the width of the river, because of the ease of access. This is a very common area for PWC operation. It has been for decades. Now, having these kind of operations is obviously fairly new and generating some very some opposition. But there are a lot of PWCs that have been using this area at speed for a long time, and they would be negatively affected. Not that that's not, the board can't go that way, but there would be opposition.
Laura?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we deny the petition, but that we also encourage staff to cooperate with the residents, local agencies, to try to find a non-regulatory solution or a different solution to the problem, and bring us back an update at our April meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second regarding the petition, and that is to reject the petition, but direct staff to take some action. Additional discussion or comments? Jorge?
Can the motion be revisited and then maybe go the other direction if needed, if no solutions are found? So in other words, can the petition then be moved forward if this option here doesn't provide the solutions that would be needed to stop the issue?
So the petition would not be revisited unless they resubmitted it, but what could happen is that at the April meeting, we could actually open rulemaking on our own to enact some kind of a solution that may encompass everything that this petition has in it. Is that correct, Josh?
Shirley, that is completely correct. By statute, you have to respond to the petition within 90 days, and if you accept it, you have to open up rulemaking. But that's a good point, Shirley. The board can start rulemaking on any topic that they choose at any time. You could make a motion on anything, and if it's accepted by the board, we can open up rulemaking. I think that given the conversation I just heard you have, I think it would make sense to essentially table this for 2.5 months, I guess, until that next meeting. And at that point, we'll make sure it's very clear in the agenda that the option to open up rulemaking would still very much be on the table, and it could include what was brought forward in the petition, a different proposal, anything. So all options are on the table, and it's completely up to the board on how they'd like to proceed.
I would definitely be in favor of having that placeholder in the April meeting so that we could see what kind of non-regulatory solutions were able to be enacted in the meantime, and if they are not, then have the option to be able to open up rulemaking and address some of the points that were brought up in this petition. Our hands are a little bit tied because we have to respond. Jorge, did you want to make another comment?
No additional comments on my end. Thank you.
Okay. Would anybody else like to make any more comments regarding the motion? If not, just one final comment. Totally sympathize with these residents, and we'll continue to work on this issue. So all those in favor of the motion to deny the petition but continue to pursue some other options, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Josh, for all your work on this. Really appreciate it. And again, thank you to the public who testified. The participation from public is critical to what we can do here, and we don't take it lightly. So thank you again for taking the time to write and also to be here. So before we go into one of our last items here, I'll ask again if anybody needs a break or if everybody's okay to keep going. A break?
I wouldn't mind a 5-minute break.
I'm okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a break then for about 5 minutes, and we will resume here at about 11:55. We'll give it just a few more minutes. We're waiting for Josh since he's went to go find another hat.
Oh no, I'm here. Thank you, Charlie. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, so we will resume our meeting of January 25th, 2022 after our very short break, and we are on item H, which is consideration for rulemaking OAR 250210010, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Josh for the introduction here.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. So item H, at the last meeting, we discussed mini jet operations in smaller rivers of the state. I'm not going to revisit everything that we talked about at that last meeting, but you've had the materials sent to you, and I know that you're well aware of the issue here. After discussion last meeting, the board elected to open up the rulemaking process and to start gathering public input. So to do that, we put out an initial proposal that we solicited comments on over the December, Christmas, New Year's break. That would provide a definition for small inboard jet boats, and then to apply the rules passed decades ago for personal watercraft to this other type of watercraft. Not surprisingly, we received a whole lot of comments, some in support, some against. Those in support cited just concerns about safety or environment, as well as some wanting more regulations on all motorized craft or all jet-powered craft, regardless of the size. We also had a whole lot against, and those commenters against the initial proposal cited several different themes. Impacts to financial impacts to those building mini jet boats or the mini jet boat kits, and how restricting these watercraft to only certain water bodies would have a significant impact on their business. There are those that cited the fact that these proposed regulations were born out of the operations of a few bad apples, so to speak. So some folks operating unsafely or inappropriately that gave the broader community a bad name. Some were concerned that this was the first step in a rulemaking process or in a just a general process, I guess, that would look to additional boating. So the operation of longer jet boats on places where they've been operating for years. Some of the commenters pointed out, and Member Withy, I appreciate that you pointed this out too early on in the meeting, that some of these mini jet operators are good Samaritans and have been doing things like doing river cleanups and rescuing folks when they get themselves in danger in river sections where other motorized craft may not be able to go. And then there was also some commenters that I think did have some misconceptions about what was actually proposed, because they asserted that we were looking to ban all motorized boats from rivers, and I think, as the board knows, that's not the case. From between last fall and now, we've received and you've received letters from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, that all have had some concerns, but also assert that recreation should happen on their waters. And then within the past week or so, and these were provided to you separately, there's been letters of support for some rulemaking process from 3 of Oregon's federally recognized tribes, the Coquel Indian tribes, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, as well as from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon. So I'm sure that the board read through all those comments and has been considering what was initially proposed. I have a couple brief considerations and recommendations, and then I think that there's some board discussion that needs to happen here. So I'll bow out. I would say that nothing substantial was received that completely discounts some of the environmental and safety concerns that were brought forward that initially started this rulemaking. So I think some of those concerns are still valid, although potentially not in every river system that was initially identified. If you look through the comments, several of them highlighted some specific stretches of rivers where this activity is pretty commonplace and where additional regulations may not be warranted. Of the ones that were specifically noted are sections of the Rogue, Umpqua, Santiam, and Clackamas systems. So with that, I just want to lay out some options for the board and kick it to you for discussion. One option would be to continue refining the current concept, to potentially take the meat of the concept to apply the PWC regulations to this class of boating, but to take a closer look at some of those systems in which maybe no regulations are warranted or needed, and then advise staff to work with some of the local officials, local agencies, as well as some of like the federal resource management agencies, to look at stretches where the operation of mini jet boats would have no tangible potential negative impact. So for instance, if we want to take a closer look at the Umpqua, we work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Service, some of the other stakeholder groups, and start to identify stretches where maybe what was initially proposed would be a bit of an overreach, and then have a different proposal for the board to look at. Probably in July. It's difficult to get together what would have essentially be mini rural advisory committees and get input in a short period of time. But I think we could do that on a regional basis for a few sections of river. Another option for the board would be to adopt what was proposed. If the board chose to do that, those rules could be in place by the end or the beginning of March. And then the last option would be for the board to just stop the rulemaking process right now and not spend any more time on this topic until the board potentially wants to look at it again. So just like I said on the last topic, really anything's on the table. It's up to the board, and you can move to do whatever you wish. So that's enough for me. Chair Early, back to you on this topic.
And just to Laura, just a second. I just want to clarify. I'm going to just clarify real quick. We do have one other option, that is to close this rulemaking, work with stakeholders, and come up with a different rule. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And that's what I was trying to lay out with the so it wasn't close this rulemaking and not do anything. I think if you were to explore additional regulatory options, I think the more prudent move there would be to keep the rulemaking process open, and therefore, essentially work with some advisory groups, like we did with the Lower Willamette, where that rulemaking process was open for 18 months or so as we refined and got to a solution. Functionally, it's really the same thing, whether you close, work, and then reopen, or just keep it open. It's kind of the same.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, and then just for Jorge's benefit, when we open rulemaking, we do that so that we can get public comment, and maybe the rule that we propose is not exactly perfect, but we get that essential public involvement so that we can go back to the drawing board, so to speak. If we have new rules, we have to send those back out for public comment also, because those would have to be noticed and then we'd have to go back out. So keeping the rulemaking open during that time is beneficial to be able to keep that process rolling. Okay, so just wanted to offer some additional clarification because we do have a new member. And so Member Jackson, you had your hand up first, and then I'll get to Member Moran. And then the rest. You have to unmute yourself, Laura.
Josh, thank you for all your great work on this. I also appreciate the folks that came and testified at the public hearing, and those that wrote really thoughtful, well-considered letters to us. I supported the motion to open rulemaking back in October, partly because of how our public involvement process works. I learned a whole lot. I walked out of the October meeting thinking one thing, and I walked into this meeting thinking something completely different. Yeah, I was really excited to hear the folks who testified about the creation of Jet Responsibly, jetres.org. I just really can't support the current proposal as it's written. Learning more about how these boats are used, where they're used, who's using them. Member Withy's story reiterated some of the public comments about Good Samaritans and what these people are doing. And it's really clear from the agency letters and from the tribe letters that this is as much a critical fish habitat issue impacted by boats as it is an outright boating issue. So thank you for the clarification on closed rulemaking, reopen rulemaking, or just keep it open and not take action for a couple of our board meetings and study the issue further. But I can't support what is currently the rulemaking proposal.
Member Moran.
I mean, I agree with Laura. I won't take everyone's time. She basically took the words out of my mouth there, but I so appreciate everyone sending in their comments because much like Member Jackson, I left the October meeting thinking one thing about this situation, and now I realize there are many other facets that we just weren't aware of in October. So appreciate those comments. And I agree with Member Jackson. I don't support the current rule.
Craig, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to acknowledge both Josh and Brian for bringing this forward. I think the intent to protect our river headwaters and our skinny waters, if you will, is something we need to address. It's something we're all concerned about, and we all need to take it to heart. I do disagree with the approach here, and it's the same thing that Laura and Colleen have said. And I apologize, but I prepared a text and I would just like to have the opportunity to read through it. I believe that my role as a member of the board is to represent, promote, and advocate for all Oregon boaters without favor, while avoiding conflict with other recreational activities and protecting the environmental and cultural character of Oregon waterways. In this capacity, I believe that the board should strive to apply the following values: inclusion, fairness, equality, accommodation, and diversity. Under this lens, I question whether this proposed action meets my responsibility to Oregon boaters or adheres to my values. Specifically, we seem to have allowed the bad behavior of few boaters to define the character of this entire segment of jet boaters. Our normal approach on other boating issues is to differentiate behaviors from the boat itself. We have used speed limits, offsets, education, and training to establish acceptable standards and adequate for all boaters on the waterways. I question whether isolating a specific group of boats as if they can't be trusted is a proper approach. Additionally, I don't believe this action adheres to our policy as stated in Oregon 250-001-0050, which states that the board will seek to resolve problems arising from or between boating activities on a waterway by using a variety of management measures, including education, information, signing voluntary restrictions, or increased law enforcement of existing laws before acting to restrict public use and enjoyment of boats. I do, however, believe the various concerns raised over the impacts to Oregon waterways are real and need to be addressed. To me, they need to be addressed by the entire boating community, not just one segment. All boaters contribute to the problem and all should be part of the solution. I have briefly researched jet boating in New Zealand, the jet boating capital of the world, to see how these issues have been addressed. New Zealand has all the same issues for many years that we are facing in Oregon in regards to river degradation, conflict with other uses, protection of heritage interests, and impact on salmonoid populations. It appears that they have allayed a lot of these concerns through the efforts of jet boaters themselves to establish acceptable standards and adequate on the waterways. Training and certification of jet boaters, identifying river areas that are off limits, and policing members through peer pressure. Jet boating continues to thrive in New Zealand. There are still problems, but the Jet Boating Association works with governmental agencies, Navy representatives, and others to resolve problems in a collaborative manner through a forum called the New Zealander Safer Boating Forum, which has representations across the spectrums. I believe it would be in the interest of all concerned in Oregon if we had a similar arrangement. With that said, it would be my hope that we could pull back from the proposed rule and define a process such as an advisory committee where we could seek the following outcomes. Recognize mini jet boaters as valued members of the boating community, identify bad behaviors and seek ways to address them, such as education, training, and self-policing, identify specific waterways which should be all off limits to motorized boaters, all motorized boaters, due to environmental, cultural, and Seminoid concerns. Recognize the financial and social impacts incurred by Oregon jet boaters and businesses with any limitations placed on their boating opportunities. Then mitigate those impacts to reduce the harm. And seek a way for the jet boating community to educate and police their own members within their community in order to maintain maximum access possible on Oregon waterways. And I'm sorry about the length of that text, but it's been something that's been on my mind for some time, as most of you know. And again, I want to reiterate, I appreciate Josh and Brian for bringing this forward. I don't think doing nothing is an answer. I think we need to move forward with protecting our river headwaters and skinny waters of the state. So I'm in alignment with Colleen and Laura. I don't support the proposed rule as it is, but I think we need to move forward with dialogue and collaboration with the boating community. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig. Any additional comments or questions, motions? Yep. Okay, Laura?
I'd like to make a motion that we keep rulemaking open and direct staff to convene a rule advisory committee to look at boating operation in some of the environmentally challenged, culturally relevant, and fish habitat waterways, to look at boating regulations across all boating modalities in those areas.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to keep the rulemaking open, and within that rulemaking, it sounds like it would be to come up with a new rule, which would need to be noticed in the future and public comment. And hopefully we wouldn't get so many misconceptions this next time if we do come up with a rule. I'm not sure that there's any kind of a timeline associated with that, Josh, that would be, because I know that it definitely takes time to get rules committees type situations together. So, it could be that we won't see something like this come back to the board until possibly next fall, just based on the timeline of other things that are happening. Does that sound prudent to most everybody?
Yes.
And Josh?
Yeah,
yes.
May I just ask a couple clarifatory questions?
Absolutely.
I don't know the word there. Some questions to clarify some things for me. So the first one is, so we are no longer talking about mini jets or even jet engines, or as I'm not clear if it's motorized or just all boating activities. Like the scope of this now is all boating everywhere in the state?
Oh, no. No, I don't believe that was the intent. Member Jackson, would you like to clarify?
My intent is Craig was using the term headwaters and skinny waters. Mm-hmm. And generally it appears that the concerns are related to motorized boating.
Yes.
Member Jackson, I know that is generally true. I know that certainly from a cultural standpoint that there's concerns with all boating. I want to make sure I'm very clear on the sideboards here, because if this is indeed a rule advisory committee to figure out where boating is okay in Oregon, I might need more than just the 6 to 9 months to do that.
I think my intent was focused on motorized.
Yes.
it was my understanding that your intent was also focused on the mini jet boat community for being able to engage them for those types of activities. Or are you proposing that it's going to be larger?
I mean, the feedback that we heard from a lot of folks is, you know, the mini jet boats go places that other motorized boats go, and the spawning and rearing habitat threat is caused not just by mini jets, but by others. So looking at what are the challenged habitat places where, again, at the headwaters, where we may want to restrict motorized boating.
Well, I think that that's I think that that's a little bit beyond our scope at this time. I mean, it's boating activity that we need to be focused on. If we start looking at all of the spawning habitat, you're basically going to cover every piece of water in the state of Oregon.
Well, there's a lot of spawning habitat where boaters don't or can't go. I mean, I'm not sure how to geographically frame it, but I mean, we keep hearing motorized boaters are creating threats, motorized boaters, and it was brought up as mini jets, and they were pointing out that it's not just the mini jets, it's other motorized boat types are creating threats to spawning and rearing habitat in culturally significant waterways. So let's identify those waterways and create boating restrictions on those rather than just ban a boat type.
I agree with Laura. I don't want to just call out mini jet boaters. We need to call out all motorized boats, or you could reduce it down to jet boats, because that's probably what can go into these waters. I just don't want to separate out mini jet boats from the rest of the boating community.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that statement, because I think that it's too broad, and it encompasses too much water. It also encompasses I mean, you know, we could look at the state of Oregon. I mean, if you read any of the NOAA fisheries type of stuff, then basically be shutting down the entire state, which I do not agree with. So I think that we need to be very, very careful in what we are trying to target here. So
I disagree that we're targeting the whole state. We're talking about the headwaters, and those are clearly defined by many agencies. And we're also talking about skinny water in the state. So I disagree with what you're saying.
Okay.
This needs some development, and I think that's what we're asking Josh to do.
But he's also asking for some sideboards. And so I'm not sure that we are giving him narrow enough sideboards that is not going to cause him additional issues.
Okay, and the proposed rule, he's already, we tried to restrict boaters from going into certain waters of the state. So we already have that defined. Now, what I think we would be asking Josh to do is continue looking at those same waters and seeing which ones have these concerns about environmental and cultural aspects, and then looking at how we can limit motorized boats or jet boats, all jet boats coming into those areas.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I still do not agree. I think that it's still very broad, because if you start looking at some of these areas, and we heard this on the comments, that you know, especially on the Umpqua, the Rogue, and the Sandy M, even, you know, you're talking about some of those areas that are going to be targeted there that are going to be a concern. And you're talking about taking off all the motorized boats. Josh?
Yeah, Chair Early, a member with you, and the rest of the board. I can say with confidence that some group, some agency, somewhere is going to want restrictions for every one of those waters. However, and headwaters is not clearly defined by any agency or skinny water. I mean, that's kind of beside the point. But I think my concern would be to open up what sounds like the biggest rulemaking and the most complicated rule advisory committee that this agency has ever been a part of, based on some concerns brought forward by a very small, limited few. That is just my perspective and something I would offer the board to, as I ask about those sideboards, I'd think about the issue that if the board has identified an issue, the issue they're trying to solve versus what the solutions being talked about right now are.
Well, see, that's part of my concern. Calling this a small group and treating it separately from other boating enthusiasts really bothers me.
Well, we do have a motion to keep this rulemaking open and to engage more of the stakeholders to come up with a better version of this rule. Are there additional comments or questions?
Can I rescind my motion and restate it?
You can amend your motion, yes, with a second.
Okay, I'd like to kind of amend my motion, I guess, to keep the rulemaking open and basically engage a rules advisory committee and look at waterways where mini jets should be restricted based on the current jet ski rules.
Okay.
Does that make sense to anybody? We have a list that says jet skis can't be in certain places.
Right.
Can't boat in certain places. So take that list and say, are there any of these that are appropriate for mini jet boats, and only restrict the ones that it is too shallow, it is critical habitat, it is culturally significant.
So what I would ask is that instead of saying mini jets, to say jet boats, we're saying mini jets are the only ones who can get in that area. So what's the problem with just referring to it as jet boats?
That's fine.
So we have a proposed amendment to the motion.
I'll second that if we change the wording to jet boats, not mini, or whatever the more encompassing term is.
Okay, so now we have a motion with an amendment and a second on both of those. And I saw that Director Warren had popped in here. Were you planning to make some comment?
Chairly, members of the board, I think just again, I think that one, I think it's good to have the sideboards. I think the discussion is extremely helpful. I think the struggle, right, is are we talking about trying to go look at the entire state, every body of water and subtract for jet boats? Are we trying to go, we've got mini jets and we say, okay, are we going to take the PWC and add 2? And the scope of looking at all the state waters and subtracting, I think that's what's probably some of that hesitation, right? Understanding what we're doing there and the difference approach. And that's, Member Jackson's second motion, I think got closer, but I would also say, I guess caution that we don't need to have a prescriptive solution today. We can always do what we've done in the past where we've gone out and worked with these groups and brought back options and various solutions, and the board helps narrow, right? This doesn't need to be a one and done discussion, and certainly wouldn't expect if we bring it back, say at the October board meeting, that it would be completed work. These things take time. And so I guess maybe just relieve yourself of the pressure that you got to get it exactly right today. It's more getting the direction and directionally correct for Josh so we bring back the right work when we bring it back.
Well, I like your proposal that we go to the groups and we look at the options and we figure out what the best course is. I don't want to be confined with the existing rule as written. I would like to pursue options with the user groups.
Josh?
I think so. My concern with I mean, certainly the second proposal, I have less concerns with. I would. So a rule advisory committee of this nature would sure you'd have some of the users, but I mean we're looking to the natural resource management agencies that have brought forward some of the concerns, right? I mean they are that input is necessary. They are often not, just because we ask for their definitive input on a yes, no, jet boats on here, that doesn't mean that they'll give us something. Just a caution, the board would be left with some challenging decisions on ODF&W said no, or yes, but NIMS said no, and a certain tribe said no here, and another tribe said yes here. This is not going to be as cut and dry. Which is fine. The difficult conversations are not necessarily black and white, but I do know that that's how it's going to end up. The board's gonna have to pick some agency's word over the others, and I don't know how the jet boating community is going to then respond to some of that. Like we have potential here to create a whole lot of strife among the thousands of jet boaters around the state and some of these management agencies and these stakeholder groups. It's just, again, it's just my perspective. I'm not necessarily trying to urge the board to go one way or another.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, so we have a motion and an amendment. We'll look at those together because that's we can do that. And so with the amendment to the original motion, that's what we would be deciding at this time. And it has some very specifics in it. So is there any additional comment or question regarding the motion with amendment in its entirety?
Would I be able to abstain just because this is such a new topic? And I just joined the board, where I think, just personally, I would feel more comfortable going either way or voting if I were just more informed. So my commitment could be to get myself up to date on this topic, and then, but I would want to request see if I could abstain from voting.
That's always your option, Jorge, to be able to do that, is to abstain.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have in front of us the motion with the amendment together, and so I would like to do a roll call vote, if you don't mind, Jennifer, please.
Thank you. Member Withy?
Aye.
Member Moran?
Yay.
Member Jackson?
Yes.
Chair Early?
No.
And Member Guzman?
Abstain.
Okay, so we will move forward with this. It passes on a 3 vote, which is the majority. Thank you, Josh, very much for all your time. And again, thank you to all the public for being involved in this issue. We'll look forward to future reports, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. I can imagine that this will be probably up for an update in July. Again, probably not April, given the short time span. And then we can talk about a more concrete timeline then. But this one will probably take a while.
And I would agree with that. If July is just a quick update as to where the rules committee is or something, then that would be fine. We can expect maybe something a little more concrete in the fall. Okay, So that concludes item H. We are now on item I, which is other business for the board and our next board meeting. In our board packet there, we have a couple of different things. So I'm going to turn this over to Director Warren. He's going to talk about some of these.
Sure. As a reminder, board, I think it was last year we implemented this item I, where we try to forecast for the board what topics we're going to bring back as a way to make sure that staff's spending time on the things that you're interested in. And, you know, as all processes, we iterate and try to make them better. And one of the things we noticed after the last meeting was really waiting till the next board meeting to have you all give input on whether we're going to be working on the things you want. It's too long. So just really want to point out on these timelines, again, this is your chance to tell us what things are important to you. If something's no longer important and we don't need to bring it back, we'd certainly like to hear that. If you want to add to, you can. But process-wise, our plan is to, within 2 to 3 weeks after the board meeting, take anything we've heard. Staff always goes through the board meeting and just kind of says, what agenda items did you hear? What things did you hear? Put that back onto this list, send it out to the board so that you can give feedback on things, just to make sure, again, that we're bringing the things forward that you want to talk about. So trying to tighten up the timeline a little bit on that. And again, we're always interested to know what you're interested in so that we spend our time presenting on those topics.
Thank you, Director. So it seems like kind of a short list here for April. However, with all of the items that we've covered today, and that will be almost sort of a carryover, that is going to probably double. Is there anything else that any of the members would like to see on the list for April? Yes, Craig?
Just for clarification, are we looking at a work session in April?
So Chair Ridley, members of the board, typically what we do on that set aside time is we look at the overall agenda as it becomes clear about a month and a half out and try to see if something like that's needed or if it just can be handled as a normal informational topic.
The short session update, you talk about the short legislative session?
Member Withy, that is correct.
And then I think it's important we go through the grant project scoring for our new members' benefit as well as mine. I want to review that and have an understanding of how we're ranking projects. So I think that's important to leave on in April. Sure. And I also would like to hear about the underserved communities outreach update. So I would see those as possibly a work session.
Generally, our work session is focused on just one thing, so would possibly be one or the other, but it would just depend on the scope of the amount of information that is being put forth on each one of those. That's what I think Director Warren was trying to say, is that if it was an extensive topic, then or has several different moving parts within it, then we would have a work session on it. I know that it would be nice to know that, you know, if we knew for sure that we were going to be open and able to go somewhere, then that would also open up a work session for possibly facilities or something like that. So maybe about a month or two out, then, like you were saying, Director Warren, we would find out whether there would be a work session that would be necessary versus a full day meeting.
That's correct, Chair. You said that better than I did. If a topic can be handled in 30 to 45 minutes of information, it probably is better suited for an informational item on the board agenda versus a set aside work session. Kind of the quantity of content helps decide if it's a work session.
Okay. We'll look forward then to the updates from staff, you know, in the near future of the additional items that could possibly be on there. And then at that time, if somebody has something they would like to put on the agenda, we can certainly do that. You can always request from the chair or from the director or the executive assistant, Jennifer Cooper, to put something directly onto the agenda. So all those are your options. So are there any other issues of concern or anything else from the board? Okay. Once again, I would like to welcome Jorge to the Marine Board, and we would look forward to you utilizing the onboarding guide, and when we go through the review of it, give us some updates. We hammered Member Moran on that also because she was our first guinea pig. So it's a tool that we feel is very useful in helping a board member get up to speed on what's going on. And
Look
with
forward
that,
to providing some feedback on that. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, I believe that will conclude the quarterly board meeting for the Oregon State Marine Board for January 25th, 2022. Our next board meeting will be in April. And again, a thank you to Randy Henry for his 23 years of service to the Oregon State Marine Board. We certainly appreciate everything you've done for us. We are adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.